scenarios to choose from, our tool offers a safe and low-stress environment to practice your skills and receive immediate feedback on your performance. You can either practice in your role in a given scenario or allow the AI simulator to role model the scenario in order to understand the best way to deal with various situations. You can also select different behavior profiles to practice the scenario in various ways. We have selected the scenario to coach an absent employee, selected practice mode, and set the behavior of the employee to accepting. Now, our AI coach will introduce the scenario.
In this scenario, you will be playing the manager. You have noticed that one of your employees named Bob has been coming in late and leaving early. Other employees have contacted you to indicate they have been unable to reach Bob, who has not been responding timely to email and IMs. They indicated Bob's unavailability and non-responsiveness is impacting their ability to complete their tasks on time. At this time, you and Bob are already in a video conference. It's time for you to discuss Bob's behavior and your expectations. You are the manager, please start the dialogue.
We can start the scenario with our opening remarks. Hello, Bob. I have noticed a pattern of early departures and late arrivals recently. Can you explain what's been going on?
I appreciate your concern and I apologize for my recent behavior. I've been dealing with some personal issues that have affected my punctuality and availability. I understand how this might have impacted my colleagues and the workflow, and I'm committed to rectifying the situation.
I appreciate your honesty and understand that personal issues can sometimes interfere with work. Would it help if we explored flexible working options?
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you for offering this solution. I'm sure it would help me manage my personal situation without affecting my work responsibilities.
That is great to hear. I will send you more information on our flexible working options by email. Thank you for your time.
Rating, outstanding. Positive feedback. The manager's approach was professional and empathetic, starting the conversation with a clear observation and asking for an explanation rather than making accusations. The manager demonstrated effective problem-solving skills by suggesting a flexible working arrangement that could help the employee manage their personal issues without affecting their work responsibilities. Points for improvement. The manager could have probed a bit further to understand if there are other ways the company could support the employee during this challenging time. While the manager's communication was clear and respectful, they could use more positive reinforcement to motivate the employee, such as acknowledging their commitment to rectify the situation.
Let's now try our same opening remarks when we set the behavior of the employee to defensive. As we can see, the employee responds defensively. Finally, we can look at role model mode to see how our AI simulator would start this conversation. You now have seen Skillsoft's AI simulator in action. Thank you.
It's no secret AI is at the forefront of leaders' minds, and the desire to incorporate it across every team in their organization is apparent. In an instant, teams are inundated with requests for new products, features, and tools to help revolutionize the way they work. This means the need for leaders to assess and manage a broad spectrum of projects has never been more crucial. With an increasing number of projects comes an increased need for effective delegation. But delegation doesn't come easily to everyone. For some, admitting you need support can be an extremely difficult dialogue to initiate. Leaders who can distribute tasks efficiently, leverage team expertise, and ensure timely delivery of high-quality outcomes will stand out from the rest. Skillsoft's Conversation AI Simulator, or CASE, is the perfect tool to assist tech leaders in developing critical power skills like delegation. They can build their emotional intelligence, communication, and leadership competencies to help prepare for the challenges of tomorrow. With Skillsoft CASE, tech leaders can master asking open-ended questions, temper stakeholder expectations, and negotiate for resources. All CASE conversations happen within a safe, protected virtual environment, which allows for mistakes and second tries. Let's practice together. You will be playing the role of tech manager. You're struggling to maintain the demands of 2 complex projects due to a lack of specialized expertise within your teams. You've scheduled a meeting with your manager, Alice, to discuss these challenges and to present your case for additional resources. You'll begin the conversation and go back and forth with Alice until you've reached a resolution. You can then end the scenario, and within seconds, CASE offers personalized feedback on what went well and opportunities to improve your next interaction. With a tool like CASE at your fingertips, these once daunting conversations now seem achievable. Learn from experience as you practice different scenarios and behaviors to prepare for the conversations you haven't yet had in the workplace. After all, power skills will remain vital as AI impacts every aspect of business. Practice really does make perfect. Being a leader means engaging in challenging conversations on a regular basis. Whether addressing an underperforming team member or navigating a salary negotiation, these conversations are essential aspects of any leadership position. With digital communication tools becoming the norm for all managers, conversational formality has slowly started to slip away. But that doesn't devalue its importance. While clear and concise communication may come naturally to some, others find navigating these discussions to be a significant hurdle amidst day-to-day tasks. With Skillsoft's Conversation AI Simulator, otherwise known as CASE, employees across the organization buff up on the most important power skills, like handling difficult conversations with grace or strategic thinking. Skillsoft CASE enables anyone to simulate business conversations, letting them hone their power skills for the crucial conversations they will encounter in their leadership roles. And the best part is that CASE provides real-time feedback on how they're doing. Let's give it a try. You're in the role of a manager. Quincy, a long-term employee, has been accused by a junior team member of taking credit for their work. You'll start the conversation with Quincy by expressing the concerns raised by the junior employee. Then you'll ask Quincy to present their side of the story. From there, Quincy will generate custom responses to move the conversations forward. Your goal is to ensure a respectful and open dialogue while coming to a resolution that acknowledges the contributions of all team members. Once you have appropriately resolved the conflict, or if you feel stuck, you can end the scenario. Casey, your AI coach, will provide instant personalized feedback and outline specific ways to improve your response methodology. Communication is a critical skill for every manager and leader, from the front line to the C-suite. Let Casey help you become a more effective and empathetic leader by having difficult conversations with confidence and finesse. No matter the scenario, whether it's addressing conflicts, delivering tough feedback, or negotiating with stakeholders, Casey can help you master the art of communication. Practice really does make perfect with Skillsoft Casey. Try Casey today. Want a customized version of Casey for your organization? Meet with one of our experts and learn more about Casey for you.
In the heart of a bustling business world, here lies a place of possibilities. For many, the path to professional success is paved with the weight of expectation, the pressure to perform, and the constant pursuit of excellence. It's our job to help you make that happen.
For more than 30 years, PCL has been a trailblazer, shaping the future with innovation and transformative vision.
Our expert trainers guide individuals and businesses through a transformative process, equipping them with the right skills and mindset to navigate the complexities of the business environment.
With the guidance of PCL, you'll learn to embrace challenges as opportunities for growth and believe in your limitless potentials.
Right, see you later.
PCL shows you how to navigate the corporate world with the confidence and leadership only few can attain.
If you too seek to unlock hidden potential and achieve success, if you want to transform your approach to work and life, you found the right place.
My name is Dele.
My name is Dolapo.
My name is Jason.
My name is Modupe.
My name is Olawanle.
My name is Ebere.
My name is Binga.
My name is Ada.
My name is Paul.
And this is PCL.
Welcome to a demo on Skillsoft's AI Simulator. This is the new way to practice and improve workplace communication skills by engaging in realistic role-playing scenarios with an AI-powered coach. Whether you're preparing for an interview, a difficult conversation with a colleague, or a negotiation with a client, our tool can help you build confidence and improve your ability to handle various workplace scenarios. With a variety of scenarios to choose from, our tool offers a safe and low-stress environment to practice your skills and receive immediate feedback on your performance. You can either practice in your role in a given scenario or allow the AI simulator to role model the scenario in order to understand the best way to deal with various situations. You can also select different behavior profiles to practice the scenario in various ways. We have selected the scenario to coach an absent employee, selected practice mode, and set the behavior of the employee to accepting. Now, our AI coach will introduce the scenario.
In this scenario, you will be playing the manager. You have noticed that one of your employees named Bob has been coming in late and leaving early. Other employees have contacted you to indicate they have been unable to reach Bob, who has not been responding timely to email and IMs. They indicated Bob's unavailability and non-responsiveness is impacting their ability to complete their tasks on time. At this time, you and Bob are already in a video conference. It's time for you to discuss Bob's behavior and your expectations. You are the manager, please start the dialogue.
We can start the scenario with our opening remarks. Hello, Bob. I have noticed a pattern of early departures and late arrivals recently. Can you explain what's been going on?
I appreciate your concern and I apologize for my recent behavior. I've been dealing with some personal issues that have affected my punctuality and availability. I understand how this might have impacted my colleagues and the workflow, and I'm committed to rectifying the situation.
I appreciate your honesty and understand that personal issues can sometimes interfere with work. Would it help if we explored flexible working options?
That sounds like a good idea, thank you for offering this solution. I'm sure it would help me manage my personal situation without affecting my work responsibilities.
That is great to hear. I will send you more information on our flexible working options by email. Thank you for your time.
Rating, outstanding. Positive feedback. The manager's approach was professional and empathetic, starting the conversation with a clear observation and asking for an explanation rather than making accusations. The manager demonstrated effective problem-solving skills by suggesting a flexible working arrangement that could help the employee manage their personal issues without affecting their work responsibilities. Points for improvement. The manager could have probed a bit further to understand if there are other ways the company could support the employee during this challenging time. While the manager's communication was clear and respectful, they could use more positive reinforcement to motivate the employee, such as acknowledging their commitment to rectify the situation.
Let's now try our same opening remarks when we set the behavior of the employee to defensive. As we can see, the employee responds defensively. Finally, we can look at role model mode to see how our AI simulator would start this conversation. You now have seen Skillsoft's AI simulator in action. Thank you.
Being a leader means engaging in challenging conversations on a regular basis. Whether addressing an underperforming team member or navigating a salary negotiation, these conversations are essential aspects of any leadership position. With digital communication tools becoming the norm for all managers, conversational formality has slowly started to slip away. But that doesn't devalue its importance. While clear and concise communication may come naturally to some, others find navigating these discussions to be a significant hurdle amidst day-to-day tasks. With Skillsoft's Conversation AI Simulator, otherwise known as CASE, employees across the organization buff up on the most important power skills, like handling difficult conversations with grace or strategic thinking. Skillsoft CASE enables anyone to simulate business conversations, letting them hone their power skills for the crucial conversations they will encounter in their leadership roles. And the best part is that CASE provides real-time feedback on how they're doing. Let's give it a try. You're in the role of a manager. Quincy, a long-term employee, has been accused by a junior team member of taking credit for their work. You'll start the conversation with Quincy by expressing the concerns raised by the junior employee. Then you'll ask Quincy to present their side of the story. From there, Quincy will generate custom responses to move the conversations forward. Your goal is to ensure a respectful and open dialogue while coming to a resolution that acknowledges the contributions of all team members. Once you have appropriately resolved the conflict, or if you feel stuck, you can end the scenario. Casey, your AI coach, will provide instant personalized feedback and outline specific ways to improve your response methodology. Communication is a critical skill for every manager and leader, from the front line to the C-suite. Let Casey help you become a more effective and empathetic leader by having difficult conversations with confidence and finesse. No matter the scenario, whether it's addressing conflicts, delivering tough feedback, or negotiating with stakeholders, Casey can help you master the art of communication. Practice really does make perfect with Skillsoft Casey. Try Casey today. Want a customized version of Casey for your organization? Meet with one of our experts and learn more about Casey for you.
In the heart of a bustling business world, here lies a place of possibilities. For many, the path to professional success is paved with the weight of expectation, the pressure to perform, and the constant pursuit of excellence. It's our job to help you make that happen.
For more than 30 years, PCL has been a trailblazer, shaping the future with innovation and transformative vision.
Our expert trainers guide individuals and businesses through a transformative process, equipping them with the right skills and mindset to navigate the complexities of the business environment.
With the guidance of PCL, you'll learn to embrace challenges as opportunities for growth.
On Skillsoft's AI simulator. This is the new.
I've been dealing with some personal issues that have affected my punctuality and availability. I understand how this might have impacted my colleagues and the workflow, and I'm committed to rectifying the situation.
I appreciate your honesty and understand that personal issues can sometimes interfere with work. Would it help if we explored flexible working options?
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you for offering this solution. I'm sure it would help me manage my personal situation without affecting my work responsibilities.
That is great to hear. I will send you more information on our flexible working options by email. Thank you for your time.
Rating, outstanding. Positive feedback. The manager's approach was professional and empathetic, starting the conversation with a clear observation and asking for an explanation rather than making accusations. The manager demonstrated effective problem-solving skills by suggesting a flexible working arrangement that could help the employee manage their personal issues without affecting their work responsibilities. Points for improvement. The manager could have probed a bit further to understand if there are other ways the company could support the employee during this challenging time. While the manager's communication was clear and respectful, they could use more positive reinforcement to motivate the employee, such as acknowledging their commitment to rectify the situation.
Let's now try our same opening remarks when we set the behavior of the employee to defensive. As we can see, the employee responds defensively. Finally, we can look at role model mode to see how our AI simulator would start this conversation. You now have seen Skillsoft's AI simulator in action. Thank you.
It's no secret AI is at the forefront of leaders' minds, and the desire to incorporate it across every team in their organization is apparent. In an instant, teams are inundated with requests for new products, features, and tools to help revolutionize the way they work. This means the need for leaders to assess and manage a broad spectrum of projects has never been more crucial. With an increasing number of projects comes an increased need for effective delegation. But delegation doesn't come easily to everyone. For some, admitting you need support can be an extremely difficult dialogue to initiate. Leaders who can distribute tasks efficiently, leverage team expertise, and ensure timely delivery of high-quality outcomes will stand out from the rest. Skillsoft's Conversation AI Simulator, or CASE, is the perfect tool to assist tech leaders in developing critical power skills like delegation. They can build their emotional intelligence, communication, and leadership competencies to help prepare for the challenge. Being a leader means engaging in challenging conversations on a regular basis, whether addressing an underperforming team member or navigating a salary negotiation. These conversations are essential aspects of any leadership position. With digital communication tools becoming the norm for all managers, conversational formality has slowly started to slip away. But that doesn't devalue its importance. While clear and concise communication.
Welcome to a demo on Skillsoft's AI simulator. This is the new way to practice and improve workplace communication skills by engaging in realistic role-playing scenarios with an AI-powered coach. Whether you're preparing for an interview,
It's no secret AI is at the forefront of leaders' minds, and the desire to incorporate it across every team in their organization is apparent. In an instant, teams are inundated with requests for new products, features, and tools to help revolutionize the way they work. This means the need for leaders to assess and manage a broad spectrum of projects has never been more crucial. With an increasing number of projects comes an increased need for effective delegation. But delegation doesn't come easily to everyone. For some, admitting you need support can be an extremely difficult dialogue to initiate. Leaders who can distribute tasks efficiently, leverage team expertise, and ensure timely delivery of high-quality outcomes will stand out from the rest. Skillsoft's Conversation AI Simulator, or CASE, is the perfect tool to assist tech leaders in developing critical power skills like delegation. They can build their emotional intelligence, communication, and leadership competencies to help prepare for the challenges of tomorrow. With Skillsoft CASE, tech leaders can master asking open-ended questions, temper stakeholder expectations, and negotiate for resources. All CASE conversations happen within a safe, protected virtual environment, which allows for mistakes and second tries. Let's practice together. You will be playing the role of tech manager. You're struggling to maintain the demands of 2 complex projects due to a lack of specialized expertise within your teams. You've scheduled a meeting with your manager, Alice, to discuss these challenges and to present your case for additional resources. You'll begin the conversation and go back and forth with Alice until you've reached a resolution. You can then end the scenario, and within seconds, Casey offers personalized feedback on what went well and opportunities to improve your next interaction. With a tool like Casey at your fingertips, these once daunting conversations now seem achievable. Learn from experience as you practice different scenarios and behaviors to prepare for the conversations you haven't yet had in the workplace. After all, power skills will remain vital as AI impacts every aspect of business. Practice really does make perfect with Skillsoft Casey. Try Casey today. Want a customized version of Casey for your organization? Meet with one of our experts and learn more about Casey for you. Being a leader means engaging in challenging conversations on a regular basis. Whether addressing an underperforming team member or navigating a salary negotiation, these conversations are essential aspects of any leadership position. With digital communication tools becoming the norm for all managers, conversational formality has slowly started to slip away. But that doesn't devalue its importance. While clear and concise communication may come naturally to some, others find navigating these discussions to be a significant hurdle amidst day-to-day tasks. With Skillsoft's Conversation AI Simulator, otherwise known as Casey, employees across the organization buff up on the most important power skills, like handling difficult conversations with grace or strategic thinking. Skillsoft Casey enables anyone to simulate business conversations, letting them hone their power skills for the crucial conversations they will encounter in their leadership roles. And the best part is that Casey provides real-time feedback on how they're doing. Let's give it a try. You're in the role of a manager. Quincy, a long-term employee, has been accused by a junior team member of taking credit for their work. You'll start the conversation with Quincy by expressing the concerns raised by the junior employee. Then you'll ask Quincy to present their side of the story. From there, Quincy will generate custom responses to move the conversations forward. Your goal is to ensure a respectful and open dialogue while coming to a resolution that acknowledges the contributions of all team members. Once you have appropriately resolved the conflict, or if you feel stuck, you can end the scenario. Casey, your AI coach, will provide instant personalized feedback and outline specific ways to improve your response methodology. Communication is a critical skill for every manager and leader, from the front line to the C-suite. Let Casey help you become a more effective and empathetic leader by having difficult conversations with confidence and finesse. No matter the scenario, whether it's addressing conflicts, delivering tough feedback, or negotiating with stakeholders, Casey can help you master the art of communication. Practice really does make perfect with Skillsoft Casey. Try Casey today. Want a customized version of Casey for your organization? Meet with one of our experts and learn more about Casey for you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me try again. Good morning, everyone. Wow, this rain is something else this morning. You know, I mean, we're going to try to make this work as much as possible. I know that a number of people are still coming on their way here. Yeah, welcome. Our chairman just arrived. You know, so we're still expecting a number of people, but we'll get started. My name is Paul. I am a senior partner with Philips Consulting. It's my pleasure to welcome you here again to this event that is tagged Workforce Readiness in the Age of AI. But before we get into serious business, I asked AI tool this morning, you know, I mean, about giving me some idea about something I can say at this event. And guess what? Well, I'd like to inform you that before you leave here, AI will replace you. Is that what you want? No. All right, great. That was a joke to get you cracked up. All right. So, you know, I mean, we see, today, AI is attending meetings on people's behalf, but I'm glad that you're here in person because we still need this personal one-on-one touch, right? We're still humans. And you know, I mean, the conversation is getting into different places. You can imagine that even religious leaders are getting involved, right? I'm sure you heard, you know, I mean, the pontiff also bearing some minds, okay, that we still need to think about human intelligence, even in the age of AI. But we're here today to have some serious conversation. You know, today is about how we can support organizations to get ready, okay? How organizations can support their people to get ready. Some organizations are moving ahead, some are still lagging behind. In sector after sector, as we look around, we see that they are, you know, I mean, different efforts that are ongoing with regards to moving into what AI has brought to us. Philips Consulting has spent, you know, over 34 years supporting organizations, but in the past couple of years, we've been specifically focused on how we can help organizations leapfrog and perhaps be ready, helping their people to be ready. We find that a number of organizations, yes, continue to employ, continue to make, you know, I mean, improvements in what they're doing, but technology appears to be ahead of us. As you can imagine, you know, I mean, AI is indeed truly ahead of us. But the conversation today will focus on a few things. How AI is redefining roles and skills that matter, and what other organizations are doing to get ahead and what they're doing differently. We'll also be looking at what reskilling is, especially if you want to reskill at scale, and what kind of leadership does this moment actually require. So I'm not going to spend too much time because we are starting a bit late, but those you're going to see today, starting from Sally to Tammy to John, and then we then have the panel where we have Joshua. Do I remember your name again? Yeah, it's taken away my brain. You know, Yemi, yes, and then we have Billy. So we have, you know, I mean, a rich array of interesting individuals that you're going to be hearing from today. Our first keynote speaker has spent her career thinking about one of the hardest problems in this space and what should change in organizations. But how do I actually get organizations to change at pace across markets with different levels of readiness? She is the Chief Experience Officer and Innovation Officer at LRMG. I'd just like to roll the tape so that you can hear a bit more about her profile.
Sally Acton, Chief Experience and Innovation Officer, LRMG. Juggling her role as a caring mother of 3 and a mentor, she infuses an energetic, fun spirit into her teams and personal life. Sally has an incredible depth of knowledge and love for her subject matter that is infectious in a good way, and a knack for helping people get it. Sally is also a bit of a force of nature or a lunatic, depending on your viewpoint, and enjoys competitive weightlifting, running extreme events, baking cakes, and being in the game reserve watching birds. At LRMG and Talk, Sally Acton and her team are at the forefront of the talent advisory and employee experience revolution. With an ever-changing corporate landscape, they bring reinvention and proven strategies to enhance workplace environments and employee experience. Their approach, tailored to each organization's unique needs, focuses on transforming internal processes and creating engaging activities that resonate with employees. Led by Sally's expertise, Talk is dedicated to revolutionizing the workplace, making it not just more productive, but also a place of joy and fulfillment. Some of the topics Sally speaks on: why on earth would anyone want to work for you? Building an EVP and employer brand that attracts and retains top talent. EX is all about the numbers. Bring your employee data to life and demonstrate how the numbers drive personalized employee experience. Reinvention and employee experience, preparing your business to thrive in an uncertain future. Something old, something new. Intergenerational workforces and diversity. Nature's influence, how biomimicry can help us change our workplaces. Sally also runs workshops and teaches EVP/journey mapping, persona development, content strategy, and EX strategy, and has a regular podcast.
Wow. Do you want to give a round of applause to that interesting profile? Did you detect whether that was AI voice or human voice? Can you tell the difference? Maybe? All right. Okay, let me welcome Sally on stage. I look forward to benefiting from your session.
Thank you so much. You all know a lot more about me than I was anticipating. But the good news is that I am definitely a lunatic, and I do enjoy all of those things. And I'm very, very honored to be here today to be talking about workforce readiness in the world of AI and getting to enjoy your wonderful, wonderful city and country. This is my first time in Lagos, and I've so enjoyed it. Thank you so much for hosting me. It is the most incredible environment. You can feel this energy and this innovation, and it's just the most, it's great. I've really, really enjoyed it. Next time, I'm afraid you'll have me for a few more days, not just 2. Sorry, but I'll be here for longer. So as that very long profile said, it's a little embarrassing actually. I am the Chief Experience and Innovation Officer for LRMG, and my passion is really about speaking around employee experience. And this is one of my favorite quotes that I've at the moment from a man named William Gibson. The future is here, it's just not very evenly distributed. And I think that's what we're seeing with AI at the moment. And when we delve into the world of employee experience, what we really want to have a look at is the so what of it all. How are we designing work? And how do we get our workforces ready? Because one of the big questions that we ask ourselves at the moment is ready for what? And the answer is, we don't really know. But we know what a workforce that is ready looks, sounds, and feels like, and that's what I'll be chatting to you a little bit about today. So, just to give you a little bit of context, because I've been told that context is king, and I'm not very good with context. So, I wanted to show you a little bit about, when I talk about employee experience, what I'm talking about. So when I refer to employee experience, I look at all the influencing factors that look at how a person actually experiences their day-to-day work. So we look at the spaces and places in which people work, the culture of the organization, and the enabling technologies that sit behind it. The influence and impact on our employee experience is our leadership, our attitudes towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how we handle change in the environment. The way that we package all of that together and take employee experience to market is our EVP, and this is really looked at through 3 capabilities, which is our persona development, our employer journey mapping, and our content strategy. Now, we all know that the output of a great employee experience is an engaged workforce, and an engaged workforce is that provides business value. Or, in a better way of looking at it, I like to look at it through the lens of understanding that employee experience really is all about unlocking the service profit chain. It's all about how do we create incredible business value for our customers, and how do we bring our employees along on that journey. I love this picture. It's my favorite because it really shows about how we need to create incredible service delivery to ensure that we have an engaged workforce that's able to deliver value. Because ultimately, employee experience is about how do we create an environment that is designed not to lose, that is designed for us to be able to win. We have as workplaces, organizations, and I'd like to see a show of hands. Who feels that at the moment we've actually started to make it quite difficult for our people to perform? The amount of things that they have to do in an organization, the processes, the meetings, the different systems and leave applications and PDFs, and how many people are loving spending all day in meetings? Anybody? No, that's a big head shake over there. Yeah, it's not my best either. I don't feel that I add that much value by Teams calls. But we've made it incredibly difficult for people to actually work in our organization. And if we want to be able to truly harness the power of AI, we need to look at how we can redesign our organizations. So, how many of you sitting here today feel that you have intentionally designed your organization for the people that actually work inside it? Anybody? No one, or no one that feels like being honest. Okay. At the moment, what I'm seeing is we've got two main kinds of organizations. The first builds their brand and then hopes that the reality kind of catches up with where they are. Sorry. I hope that wasn't me. The second kind builds the reality first and then lets the brand follow. But to be honest, most of the organizations that I see across the continent are the first kind. And not because they don't care, not because the intention wasn't there to design work, but the way our organizations are built are much like how we had our first houses. Do you remember furnishing your first house? It's made up with like the bits of furniture that your mom left you and your granny's curtains, and you had, it's just a little bit of everything cobbled together. And then we put it all together and hope that it works. And that's how most of our organizations are built. Lots and lots of different pieces integrated and woven together, but nothing that really speaks to creating an incredible design for our people. So AI is really not the disruption that we're seeing at the moment. AI, I'd like to position it to you saying that AI is the light that is now shining in that house. It is shining a light into all the little corners and showing that really we haven't actually cleaned it up in quite a long time. AI is showing us that the disruption and the design problems already sit within the organization. It lives in the career architecture that you've designed, your listening systems, your approval chain, your cultures that you have, whether they're full of trust or not. AI is showing us where those gaps are in our organization. And the question of workforce readiness is not a technology question. It is a design question around how we have actually designed our spaces and places of work. So, where is AI coming to blows with employee experience? We're seeing a lot of conflict at the moment when we look at trends and we look at what's happening in organizations with ethical, regulatory, and privacy issues, as well as fairness and surveillance questions coming into play, as well as issues such as empathy and true recognition. Do people feel recognized when AI has told them that they've done a good job, or is that need primarily human? The culture and technology foundations in most organizations are simply not there. Clean data, a single view of employee and a centralized database are often not in existence in many of the organizations that we see today. Decision-making and protocols around those, as well as levels of work and levels of authority, have not been clearly outlined in the organization. AI agents are largely being treated as glorified workflows rather than true agentic capability. there is obviously an understandable reluctance to give free rein to AI in organizations, but until we can truly unlock what an autonomous agent can do, we are not moving far from actual workflow. It's a little disconcerting to see myself the whole time. It's not great in profile. Gents, could I ask you to put my preso back up, please? Gents, hi. Could I ask you to put my presentation back up, please? Are we having a technical problem? Ah, okay, well, no more. No problem, we can deal with that. So I think one of the big things that we're seeing, and I guess I'd be interested to ask you all as well, is how many of you are seeing at the moment that AI is sitting in your organizations. It's more of a, we're thinking about it, we're getting involved, we're using it for some productivity, but we're not truly getting any real value or return yet. Anybody? Yes? Okay, one person. Is everybody else got full autonomous agents and AI running as a scaled capability? I'm impressed. I think what we're seeing at the moment is really a reluctance to move into that space and a true understanding of what that looks, sounds, and feels like. We are seeing that it's becoming more and more difficult for organizations to actually identify deep use cases where they want to use AI and be able to identify those in organizations. Okay. We've got it back, but can I take over? Thank you. Right. Okay. So, what is the impact of what I've just been chatting about? The impact really is that your people are sitting there and they're already deciding where they need to be spending their time and what value this brings to your organization. The talent conversation, in my opinion, across the continent has been somewhat misdiagnosed. We tend to spend a lot of time looking at what salaries are being offered, looking at the total reward statement, without really considering what people are looking for in organizations at the moment. People are leaving organizations not just because of those items, but because the gap between what they were promised, the promise of growth, the promise of being relevant in a few years' time, being able to look down the line and say, you really are looking after my future interests so that when I leave this organization, I will have somewhere to go. Most people are looking in the organization that they're in and they're saying, that's not true here. I actually have no idea what your plans are for me or where I'm going to be going. And that gap is often the gap that we see is why people are leaving as well. So your employer brand is not just about the EVP, it's not just about where we're going with this, it's about what happens when people actually ask, why should I come and work at your organization? What's in it for me? The other thing we're seeing from an employer brand perspective is that most organizations have not truly defined what an ideal persona is in their employer brand strategy and who they need to hire to really make this future vision come to light. So when we look from an LRMG perspective and we talk about workforce readiness really breaks down because there are 4 major gaps that we see in organizations. And we call these the visibility gap, the inspiration gap, the skills gap, and the agility gap. These are the 4 main barriers that we see in organizations today. The skills gap. When we have a look at the skills gap, it's about understanding that it's not just about what people in our organization know, it's about how do we actually use it. It's what can our people actually do in the organization, and is what they know still relevant? We're struggling to see that how people are going to be describing themselves based on roles. What we see is that they're going to start describing themselves based on the skills that they have. 39% of our workers' core skills will change by 2030. I don't know if you know, but the grandfather of prompt engineering, the grandfather, is 26 years old. This was not a job or a career path that was available a few years ago. So we're looking and saying, Are we really providing the right skills for our people? Can they define what they are and how are they measured? What is the value that that skill creates in our organization, and what is the time to capability? Can we measure in our organization how long it will take us to really get to that level of capability? The skills gap is really, when we look at it, not a learning problem. It is a promise problem that you've made in your organization. When you have promised people growth, when you have promised them opportunity, when you've promised them that they will be relevant in a few years, this is the problem, this is the promise that people are holding you to, and the expectation that they have when they come to work in your environment. The inspiration gap is one of the hardest to measure, but the biggest impact on workforces that we see. And the inspiration gap is really around what energizes people, what drives them in your organization, and what really gives them purpose and meaning. Most organizations and most people are not driven by simply being compliant. Inspired workforces are what we want, because they are the ones that truly pick up the mantle of the organization and drive it forward. In an AI-accelerated world, we really need to have an organization that is not just compliant. We need to have organizations that are inspired, that believe in the purpose, that want to drive your organization forward and feel that they are contributing true meaning and value to the clients that you serve. People don't burn out from working in jobs where they are driven by purpose and meaning. They burn out when they feel that the work that they do has no value. When they don't understand where they're going, they don't understand why they are doing something or what it's going to be contributing to the success of an organization. This is often a leadership strategy problem. We see that strategy is not clearly cascaded down the workforce. People don't understand why they're doing something and how it measures and how it contributes. How often in a year are the strategies moving and changing? But those goals and those KPIs and the way that people are inspired about them don't move at the same speed. So we see people saying, well, do I need to do the job that's going to drive the organization forward? Or do I need to do the job that I'm being measured on? Because these are often not the same things. The visibility gap is another one that we see, and really it talks about data. It talks about employees that cannot see how their work, where their work connects, and organizations cannot see what their people are actually capable of. I know that Billy's going to be talking about this a little bit later in the day, but understanding what data is available for people to be able to make meaningful decisions in the organization, being able to understand what it is that they need to do and how their progress is being measured. I often tell the story of she was Princess Elizabeth at the time, I'm South African, I'm sure you can hear from the accent, came down to what was Port Elizabeth in the day, and she was walking around, this was in her first tour, and she said to one of the gentlemen that was from one of our leading banks, how many dolphins are there that live here in the bay? And they said, oh, we have no idea, but we'll find out for you. And from that, which I think was in 1953, from 1953 until 2021, every single year that bank produced a dolphin report. Now, what does dolphins and banking have to do with each other? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Why would a bank count dolphins? No one knew. Nobody questioned it because it was always a report that we'd done. So we kept producing it every single year until the new CEO came in and said, why do we count dolphins? And they said, oh, we've been doing it for 70 years. Why would we not count dolphins? And they're like, it's got nothing to do with banking. How many reports in your organization are produced because we've always had this report? But what value does it provide? What visibility does it give? Meetings are another huge example of the visibility gap. Why do we have so many meetings? We have so many meetings because we have not built digital-first organizations where we can see what people are doing and we understand what they produce. So instead, we prefer to count attendance. If we can see you in the meeting, we know that you're at work. Or at least we know that your avatar or your cat is at work. And that's really what the visibility gap is. If we want to be AI-driven digital organizations, we have to look at how work is done and where it is visible and how we measure it in our organizations. We cannot count dolphins. The last one is the agility gap, and this is really for where we are at the moment. We were discussing it at dinner last night and talking about how our American friend is giving us the opportunity to really test to see if we are ready for disruption, because it keeps coming faster and quicker than we could ever have anticipated, and we have no idea what he's going to do next. So we need to make sure that our organizations are built to be agile. But what does that really mean? The agility gap refers to the speed in which your organization needs to change and the speed in which it really can. How fast can you truly transition in your organization? How fast can you change direction and truly deal with disruption? Most structures, approval processes specifically, and career paths are designed for a linear, predictable world which we no longer live in. Work is really built around understanding that it was going to be this way. You moved in a hierarchical sense. This added 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 1 now equals 5, and you have no idea if -4 is about to come. We have to look at how we have actually structured our levels of work and our levels of authority in order to be able to make decisions faster. Decision velocity is one of the biggest blockers to the agility gap that we see at the moment. And understanding how decisions are made in your organization, who needs to make them, and what information needs to be present is going to be key for you to be able to harness the true power of AI. If 6 people need to sign a PDF, as is my favorite example, how will an agent help you? If you don't know how or why you are making decisions, we need to have a look at that in your organization. You need to look at the design of it in order to truly move forward. So, if we look at the system as a whole and we look at how work is designed, these gaps don't exist in isolation. They are a reinforcing loop. A workforce with a skills gap becomes uninspired. An uninspired workforce becomes invisible. And an invisible workforce cannot be agile. The opposite to workforce readiness is a state that we call fragility. It's when something is easy to break. And we need to look at how we are creating organizations. Are we designing them not to lose, not to be fragile? Or are we designing them to win? Are we designing them to be agile and to have a great operating system that sits in the back end? So I wanted to show you a quick video, and I think we're very keen to say, oh, this is in 5 years' time, this is in 3 years' time. But realistically, this is what the workforce could look like in 2028. This is a video done by a company called JLL in the UK, but I just wanted to show you because I think it is a very good example of AI in use. I'm going to hope it plays for you now. Team, can you see why my video is not playing, please? No? Okay. Well, we will move on and we will hope that we can bring it up for you at the end. I will play you the link at the end. But I think one of the important things to understand is that when we're looking at organizations and we're looking at how AI is sitting, most of the pieces that are sitting there are already in existence. There is so much technology that exists that is able to work with what we already have. And we're simply not thinking about what that looks like when it's all designed together. The 7 reasons why we see businesses failing at the moment are really around the outdated business model that we're seeing. And we're seeing how we're looking and people are not auditing it yearly. We need to look at our businesses and understand what is it that we need to cannibalize first before our competitors do. There's often a misreading of market signals. We're so caught up in the busyness of what we need to do every day that we lack the time to think about where our organization needs to go and what the future could look like. We're sitting with a lot of leadership hubris or pride. We need to build systems in our organizations that are ready for challenge and dissent. This is when we start to see true organizational agility coming to life. There's often a lack of strategic focus, especially with change happening at the rate that it is. We see organizations that are very reactive rather than proactive, that are designing to chase trends rather than understanding if this is relevant for the context in which you're operating. Poor execution, as we know, any strategy that is not executed was not a strategy to begin with. And execution is something that we see again stuck behind the layers of busyness. Busyness, in my opinion, maybe an unpopular viewpoint, busyness, in my opinion, is the next pandemic. We see a pandemic of people being busy but not productive. People that have lots to do but never feeling like they get anywhere. And this is something that we need to, as organizations, truly have a look at, because this is impacting our design, this is impacting our employee experience, and ultimately this is impacting our profitability. If we spend so much time treading water and not moving anywhere, we're going to be unable to truly see where we need to go. We're not going to be able to focus on those possible or probable futures. Financial mismanagement, obviously that happens everywhere, and a culture of inertia. This is a big one. We see so many organizations, and I work with so many teams that are scared to take the next step. They're scared to take that next step forward and to start to experiment with AI, to start to see what possibilities there are. This is where psychological safety comes in. This is where all the conversations unlock. Are we able to actually go and experiment? Are we okay to fail fast and to fail forward, to take our learnings with AI and to be able to move on? Is anybody running any current experiments with AI at the moment in your organization? Can you just give me a little... Anyone building agents, having some fun? See some nodding. Okay. Yes? Are you enjoying it? So. Okay. But that's great. You're overcoming inertia and taking those first steps. None of us know necessarily where AI is going or what it's going to be able to do in each individual context, but we need to start experimenting and we need to start seeing where it's going. So the 4 questions that I want to ask you or want you to reflect on after my talk today is around how long does it truly take in your organization for a talented person to change direction? If they want to go somewhere else, if there's something else that they want to do, they want to pivot in their role, how easy is it for them truly to do in your organization? If it's going to take months of approvals, lots of signatures, lots of negotiating, we have a problem. We need to be able to move in our organization quickly. The second question I want to leave you with is, how do you know what your employees are actually experiencing? And I'm not talking about an engagement survey. I'm talking about, do you truly understand how easy it is to work in your organization? How easy is it to get things done, to be able to show where you're going and what progress you're making? How easy is it for you to be able to track what value you add to customer as an employee? The third really focuses around, can your best people see a future inside your organization? Do they consider when coming to work for you that they will leave there better and ready for the future? Are you providing them opportunities to go and test, to further their learning and growth, to further their experimentation, and to be able to apply it in a real-life scenario? Is that something that you've designed in your organization? Fourth, when did you last have a look at what you actually have? So I'm not talking about the job titles or your org design. I'm talking about the actual skills in your organization. Do you know what skills your people have and how they apply them and when they use them, what are outdated and what is truly aligned to where your business wants to go? If you can't, this is something that you really need to take hold of and spend the next period of time looking at, understanding those skills, what you have, what you want, where you're going to get them. This becomes very, very, very important when we look at what we're calling in South Africa the beg, borrow, or steal. when we look for talent? Are we going to beg you to take the going? Are we going to build you? Are we going to steal you from somewhere else? So very important to have a look, because when we start to unbundle job roles and see where things are going, there are lots of different opportunities for where we can start to bring in different people or different gig resources into our organization. But if we don't know what we have, we don't know where we're missing it. Our world is not science fiction at the moment, and I do still want to see if I can play the video for you. But where we're going with AI is really around saying that, again, it's not the technology that's the transformation, it's the design of our organizations. Think about the near future. Think about if you had a series of dials when you opened up in the morning with your AI assistant, and you could tweak your dials, and it would pop up on screen and say, "Hi, Sally, here's an opportunity for you to go and work on this cross-team project. Here's somewhere new that you could go and apply this piece of knowledge." It would pop up, you know, like how the property alerts come up on your phone and tell you there's a new house you can buy. Think about that for your career. Think about how you'd be able to tweak when you're ready for a new leadership opportunity. Obviously, we'd have to lock the salary increase dial. That would not be something we'd allow people to be able to change by themselves, unfortunately. But think about that. Think about leadership. Think about how you could create your own paths for visibility. Think about your AI assistant that would be able to walk through the day with you and be able to see what you need to do to integrate your work and your life, to be able to organize your day, to be able to send your messages. Think about what that user experience needs to be to truly capitalize. And then think about in the back end, what needs to be true in our organizations today to design for this future? How do we organize our data? Do we have a single view of employee? Are we warehousing that data somewhere? How will we be able to draw from it? What will that interface look like? Think about what our performance conversations need to look, sound, and feel like, where that data and input will go, where we will be able to talk about what talks we've gone to, what books we've read. How will we capture all of this data so that we can truly harness the power of AI to be able to build organizations and design work that is going to be inspirational, that is going to allow people to upskill, that is going to allow us to build an agile workforce, and something that's going to give us as leaders visibility into what is truly going on so that we can make the decisions that matter. Closing these 4 gaps requires 4 big decisions that you need to make. Culture first. I'm a big, big fan of culture as talk, and I think it's something that we really need to focus on. What does our culture enable, and what does our culture not allow? The opportunity architecture. You need to look at building a real, visible, accessible pathways. And I know, Billy, this is going to be something that you're going to talk a little bit about, so I won't steal your thunder. And then real-time intelligence. Stop managing what you cannot see. We need to be able to see what is important to our organization to make the decisions. And then lastly but not least, the enabling technologies. The learning ecosystem, the technology that we build, is only going to work if we've got the other 3 in place first. We need to have an enabling culture before we can look at the technology. If our culture does not allow us to learn, if we don't have time carved out to do so, we cannot actually move forward, no matter how amazing the technology is. So these are big unlocks and 4 big decisions that you need to make today in your organizations to be able to truly create workforces that are ready. So 3 questions that you can have an argument with people at work tomorrow. If your best person was offered a role elsewhere, what would make them stay at your organization, and does that thing exist in your organization today? When did you last look at your employee experience architecture and ask if this serves your people or if this simply serves your process and current organizational design? And if a brilliant 28-year-old Googled, what is it like to work in your company? What would the answer be? And have you thought about how you are managing that proactively as a brand strategy? So the future of work, in summation, is about being designed. It's not about stumbling into it. We cannot be the workforce that is built like the house that we once had, with all the funny curtains and all the old plates and the old chairs. We need to now move to designing our workforces and the way that we do work in our organizations intentionally. Now is the perfect time, with the advent of AI, to truly look at our organizations and say, are we designed to win or designed to lose? And this is the work that I'm challenging you to say is right in front of us now. We need to make this decision and intentionally step into the design of your employee experience for AI to truly become a differentiator in your space. Thank you. I want to ask, gentlemen, have we got a video? Thank you. No, it's not working.
I thought that clap could be better. While we're waiting, the video can play.
Did you manage to get it for me?
So Sally, we'll try and see if we can cue it while a few other things are going on, and we'll play it, maybe before you come to the panel session. Is that okay?
That would be perfect.
All right.
If not, I promise I will send you all the link that you can go and have a look at, because it really is something where you just think, all of this technology already exists. It's amazing what we actually will be able to do when we truly design systems. So I promise you, that is my commitment. If we don't play it, I will send it to you. All right, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you again, Sally. Thank you. Thank you for stimulating our minds and getting us ready for the day. We appreciate that very engaging and thought-provoking presentation. We will roll on quickly while Temi is getting ready to go up. We have a quick poll, if we can roll it on. Yeah. So you will just see if you can join it on screen. This is for, oops. All right, good. So if you can scan the QR code on your screen, or maybe capture the number below if you go to slido.com, try and see if you can participate in the poll. Just a quick one. All right. So can we roll the first question? Okay, they're joining. Okay, all right. Oh, okay. Wow, okay. We can see the joining on screen. Okay. Make sure you are counted. You never know what awaits you. Good. All right. So the first question, what do you think will become more valuable because of AI? We have 4 options: creativity, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, leadership. You have just 19 seconds, 18, 17, 16, 15, 13. This is going as fast as AI. 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, and 1. All right. Okay. So, this starts to be discussed even more when we get to the panel session. So we can see creativity appears to be the one leading the way. All right, let's roll the next question. Oh, Busola is leading. Okay. She was the fastest finger. Next question, if your organization had an AI assistant today, what would it be? What would be its first job? I can see customer service, data analysis, administrative task. Staff training, all right. So you have 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and 1. All right. Looks like we're getting it right. Okay, let's roll the last one. Okay. Oh, I thought Oh, I see. The answer is shown there, the green one. Okay. Okay, so we didn't get this one right. Okay, let's move on to the last one, please. Victor. Wow, from where? He's doing it online. Interesting. All right, the last one. Finish this sentence. In 5 years, AI will transform some jobs, transform most jobs, mainly support existing jobs, replace some jobs, not change much. All right. Great. So everyone agrees that AI will transform most jobs. Interesting. Wow. Victor Mba still the fastest fingers. It looks like those online, their network and bandwidth is quicker and faster than most of us in here. All right. Thank you very much for participating in the poll. Some of the answers will be discussed during the session that we will be having later on. So at this moment now, I'd like to invite Temi Dali to the podium. I think there's a mic there. Temi Dali is the Group Executive for Human Capital and Corporate Services at Sterling Financial Holdings. So I'll just have the tape roll for a bit of her profile as she gets seated. Oh, okay, she's going to stand actually.
Should I carry on? I'm not a stranger to many people in the room. Good morning, everyone.
All right, go ahead, Temi.
Career development, transformational change, and project management. As the pioneer group executive, human capital and corporate services of Sterling Financial Holdings Company, she successfully steered the human capital function through the bank's transition into a holding company. Her visionary leadership has resulted in operational excellence, sustainable growth, and a high-performance culture. She leads a team of competent human capital, infrastructure, and corporate services professionals dedicated to creating an enabling work environment and remarkably skilled workforce in a highly demanding digital world of work. Her efforts in this regard are noteworthy as they have earned the organization the prestigious legendary award by the Great Place to Work Institute for being recognized as a great place to work more than 5 years in a row. Temi's impact extends beyond her immediate workplace, as her contributions to the finance and HR industry have earned her accolades and recognition on a global scale. She was named among the 101 most influential global HR leaders by the HRD World Congress in 2018. She received the HR Leader of the Year award from the HR People Magazine Awards in 2020 and was listed among the 122 top chief human resources officers by People Home in 2022. In 2023, she further solidified her reputation as a catalyst in the HR industry by being recognized as one of the top 100 career women in Africa. Additionally, she was recognized as the Visionary Leader of the Year 2023 in Human Resources by the Association of Elite Human Resource Professionals, honored with the Transformational Leadership Award by Iconic Brand Africa in 2024, and named among Leading Ladies, Africa's 100 Most Inspiring Women in Finance for 2025. She serves as a non-executive director for ZT Group Enterprises UK and Advantage Health Africa, and also sits on the advisory board of Nexford University, where she contributes her insights and expertise to advance healthcare and education initiatives. She lends her expertise as HR advisor to the board of Noor Takaful Insurance Limited, while also serving as the second vice president of the Association of Professional Women Bankers, an arm of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, where she plays a pivotal role in promoting women's professional development and empowerment in the banking sector. She is the executive sponsor of One Woman by Sterling, a proposition designed to provide bespoke financial offerings to all female customers and clients, catering to their various needs to drive sustainable economic development and inclusion. Born out of the passion for seeing female employees thrive and succeed in the workplace and not be limited by the bottlenecks that typically plague women, she set up the Bloom Network, where she serves as the chairperson. The network is a community created to partner with female employees for a successful career through coaching, mentoring, and advisory initiatives. Temi Dali is an alumna of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, Middlesex Business School, London, and the Wharton School, USA. She holds memberships in esteemed professional bodies, including the Society for Corporate Governance Nigeria, SCGN, Chartered Institute of Directors Nigeria, IOD, the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, CIPD, UK, the Society of Human Resource Management, SHRM, USA, and the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, CIPM, Nigeria, among others. Her multifaceted career and dedication to excellence in HR leadership make her a prominent figure in the industry and an invaluable asset to the organization she serves.
Wow. Thank you, thank you. Temi, we needed to hear that. I mean, please, I know that, yes, a number of people know you, but we needed to hear that. I think it shows the people who are brought to the stage too, you know, following Sally, you know. So, well done, and I mean, have a go at yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, again. I want to thank Philips Consulting for having me here to share my thoughts on this really, really critical conversation. And I'll just call it a conversation because we're all learning through this process. A big thank you to Sally, who sort of set the tone. And I was nodding because a few things that she sort of talked about is covered in my address. I think in opening, I would say that it's a moment of honest reckoning. And what do I mean? I'm not going to start with statistics, but with a question that has been sitting with me for some time. And the question states, if the roles we are hiring for today did not exist 5 years ago, are we truly prepared for the roles that do not yet exist 5 years from now? This is the operating reality of every organization represented in this room today. We are gathered here, CEOs, CHROs, CLOs, etc., etc. Precisely because we sense that the ground is shifting beneath our feet and the shifts are accelerating. People, strategy, and institutions. And I want to say something clearly. Work readiness is not an HR agenda. It is an enterprise survival agenda. I'll talk a bit about understanding what AI is actually doing to the world of work. And let me put some numbers on the table. According to the World Economic Forum, by 2030, 85 million jobs globally may be displaced by automation. However, 97 million new roles will emerge. The net is positive. But that transition does not happen automatically. It happens because of deliberate strategic leadership. In Nigeria, the McKinsey Global Institute estimates that up to 30% of tasks across our economy are technically automable with today's technology. Not 2040, today. Not 2040's technology, today's technology. Today, in financial services, where a number of us operate, the figure is even higher. But here is what I want us to hold on to. AI is not primarily replacing people. It is replacing tasks. Repetitive, rule-based, process-driven tasks. And that was clear in the quiz we did, which showed that the administrative task is what AI is going to target the most. However, what it cannot replace, at least not yet, and perhaps never fully, is human judgment, human empathy, human creativity, and human wisdom. The question for us as leaders is this: are we building organizations where our people are developing this distinctly, these human capabilities, or are we still measuring performance on the very matrix that AI is about to render obsolete? I'll repeat that. The question for us as leaders is this: are we building organizations where our people are developing these distinctive human capabilities, or are we still measuring performance on the very matrix that AI is about to render obsolete? At Sterling Financial Holdings, we're grappling honestly with this question. When I look at our talent architecture, I ask myself, where are my people's skills anchored? Are they anchored in the transactional, or are they in the transformational? Because that distinction, transactional versus transformational capability, will define which organizations survive the next decade and which ones become tales that we share in rooms like this. Please stay with me. I also would like to speak to the African context, our unique opportunity. I want to take a moment to speak specifically to our African reality, because I believe we have a unique and often underappreciated, untapped advantage. Unlike many advanced economies where AI is disrupting established, deeply entrenched systems, much of Africa's infrastructure, physical, institutional, and talent-related, is still being built. We're not tearing down to rebuild. In most cases, we're building for the first time. That means we have the extraordinary opportunity to build AI-ready organizations by design. I'll say that again. That means that all of us in this room, we have the extraordinary opportunity to build AI-ready organizations by design. Nigeria alone has over 220 million people, the largest concentration of young talent on the continent. Our workforce is curious, adaptive, and mobile. The challenge is not the raw material. The challenge is the architecture, the learning systems, the capability frameworks, the culture of continuous development that will allow that talent to flourish in an AI-augmented world. And that is where every leader in this room has an urgent, non-negotiable responsibility. I want to ask a question. How many of your organizations has a formal skills intelligence capability? I see one hand at the back. How many of your organization has a formal skills intelligence capability? A skills taxonomy, a structured process for identifying which capabilities are at risk. And that is no longer acceptable. Not because we want to be perfect, but because the speed at which skills are becoming redundant and new ones are being demanded has simply outpaced the old way of working. There's also a clear business case for moving with urgency. Global research continues to show that AI can unlock significant productivity gains by reducing time spent on repetitive, low-value tasks and improving the speed and quality of decision-making. Gen 5, Gen AI alone can contribute trillions of dollars in economic value annually, with a substantive portion of that value coming from workforce productivity improvements. For African organizations operating in lean and often resource-constrained environments, this opportunity is especially powerful. AI is not only about cost optimization, it's about capacity creation, capacity to serve customers faster, capacity to execute with greater precision, capacity for leaders and teams to spend less time on routine administrative and more time focused on innovation, market expansion, and growth. In our context, productivity gains are not merely operational wins. They have become strategic accelerators. Another thing to look at, what skills intelligence looks like in practice. Let me make this concise. Skills intelligence, the ability to assess, map, and forecast the capabilities of our workforce is not a luxury. It is the foundation of strategic workforce planning. When I think about what leading organizations are doing in this space, 3 practices stand out. The first one, dynamic skills taxations. The most forward-thinking organizations are moving away from static job descriptions towards dynamic skills technologies. Rather than defining what someone's job title is, they are mapping what capabilities their people have, what capabilities the organization needs, and where the gaps are emerging in real time. This shift from roles to skills is not just semantics. It fundamentally changes how you hire, how you develop, and how you deploy talent. Number 2, AI-augmented hiring and talent redeployment. The most progressive organizations are not simply automating existing hiring processes. They are using AI to surface internal talents that would previously have been overlooked. People with adjacent skills who can be reskilled, retooled faster, and at a lower cost than external hires. In a continent where talent acquisition costs are higher and loyalty to institution is evolving, internal mobility and talent redeployment are not just strategies, they are competitive advantages. How do we create multiple careers for our people in the same organization? Curated role-specific learning at scale. Generic training is finished. The era of sending everyone through the same 2-day leadership programs and workshops and calling it development is over. What we need are curated learning journeys designed for specific roles, specific skills gaps, and specific career trajectories. At our organization, Sterling Financial Holdings, we have been exploring what it means to give every employee a personalized capability development roadmap. One that is aligned to business strategy, not just individual aspiration. That requires data, it requires intelligence, and it requires the courage to invest in people not just as headcounts, but as an adaptive asset. But role-specific learning in the AI era must go beyond traditional functional capability. Every employee, from frontline operators to senior executives, increasingly need the skills to work effectively along intelligent systems. This includes knowing how to ask better questions, interpret AI-generated outputs, critically identify inaccuracies or biases, and apply sound judgment before acting on machine recommendations. In the near future, AI literacy will be as fundamental as digital literacy is today. Equally important is building organization-wide capability for responsible AI governance. I can't overemphasize that. One of the things we've done at Sterling is to set up an AI governance committee across board to ensure that the ethics of the organization is not compromised as we grow up capabilities in AI. Our people must not only know how to use AI, but also how to challenge it, supervise it, and apply the right guardrails around ethics, privacy, security, and accountability. The most future-ready organizations will be those that empower their workforce to collaborate confidently with machines while ensuring that human judgment remains the ultimate control layer. Fourthly, the leadership imperative. I want to speak directly to the leaders in the room because this conversation often stops at the level of systems and technology when it should reach all the way to culture and leadership. The greatest barrier to workforce readiness in African organizations is not access to technology. It's not budgets. It's not even skills. It is leadership courage. Courage to have honest conversations with board about what AI transformation actually costs. Not the technology cost, the human cost, the retraining, the retooling cost, the psychological safety cost, the change management costs. Courage to retire those roles, sunset those roles that no longer serve the organization's future with dignity and with care. Courage to invest in a learning culture even when the returns are not immediately visible on the balance sheet. And perhaps most importantly, courage to lead this transformation with humanity. Because the organizations that will win in the AI age are not those with the most sophisticated algorithm. They are the ones where people feel seen, where people feel trusted, and where people are developed. Where anxiety about change is met with honesty and not slogans. I have been privileged to build and transform people functions across financial services and across decades. And I have learned that people do not resist change. They resist being left behind by change. Our job is to ensure that no one in our organization is left behind. A call to action. 5 things we must do now. I want to close with 5 specific actionable commitments I believe every leader in the room can take from today. 1, conduct a real skills audit, not a competency checklist exercise. Map what your workforce can actually do today against what your strategy demands for tomorrow. Be ruthlessly honest about the gaps. Ruthlessly honest about the gaps. 2, make learning a structural priority, not a budget line item. Embed development into the rhythm of work. Learning should happen on Tuesdays, not only at the annual conferences or the development workshops. Invest in leaders' AI literacy before everything else. Leaders who do not understand AI cannot lead the organization through AI transformation. This is not optional technical knowledge. It is strategic literacy. 4, build psychological safety into your change processes. People need permission to admit they don't know. I'm going to repeat that. You know, when we're outside, we all try to act like we understand all the AI tools, especially those of us that are not digital natives. Build psychological safety into your change processes. People need permission to admit they don't know, to try and fail, to ask questions about their future without fear. Culture transformation is talent transformation. 5, collaboration across industries. The talent challenges we face are not competitive differentiators. They are shared challenges. Forums like this, where conversations across different sectors, banking, telecoms, energy, oil and gas, and the public sector, these are where the real breakthroughs begin. In closing, I want to leave us with a thought. The generation that got it right. In 20 years, the next generation of African business leaders will look back at this moment, the early 2020s, the dawn of AI as a mainstream business reality, and they will ask 2 questions. Did the leaders of that era see what was coming? We are those leaders. And secondly, did they do something about it? The answer to the first question is standing in this room today. Whether we answer yes to the second, this depends entirely on what we do when we leave here. Africa has always found a way to turn adversity into advantage. We have the youth, we have the ambition, we have the creativity. What we now need is the urgency and the leadership to build a workforce that will carry this continent forward. The future is not something that will happen to us. It is something we must choose to build. Thank you.
Wow. Make that clap louder. Practical realities. Interesting. Thank you, Temi. Yes, thank you. Oops. Easy. All right, thank you. So you can imagine, I mean, the two keynote speakers have left us with a lot to think about. Don't you agree? Yes. I mean, I'm sure a number of you here are reflecting on what are we going to do next. And I like as she ended that it's going to be a question about leadership. What will the leaders who are living in this era say they did or did not do that will change the narrative in the next decade or the next year, 2 or 3 to come? All right. Just before we move on to the next brief presentation, we would like to once again just do another quick poll. So we ready? Good. So you have the link already, but you can still scan it. If you do not, same link. Oh, another one? Oh, okay. I understand it's another one. So please just scan this again and grab that. So are not, the answers do not need to be the same. They're just going to give us insights to allow for more discussions later. All right, keep them coming. We have a few more seconds. Okay, move on to the next one. All right, so second question, if you had 100 million to prepare your workforce for the future, where would you invest first? Temi created, the buzz around that. Same thing with Sally. So you're given 100 million now to start. Where will you invest first? Have a few more seconds. Okay. The final one, which statement best describes your organization today? The objective. Exploring possibilities. Actively experimenting. Still figuring it out. The leading by is reducing. I think Temi was very, correct when she says we are all in it now, right? Figuring it out and trying to get to know what we need to do, but we need to take action. All right. Done. All right, thank you very much. I think we are done now with the polls. Some of the answers will be the basis of conversations that we have later on. I know that our panel is getting ready, but just before we bring the panel, we have just a short presentation from one of our clients that have implemented some of the things that are being discussed here today. John, where are you? I know you're sitting somewhere. Oh, okay. All right. So, John, you're up next, giving us a preview of, So, John Oprata leads learning in CBG, CBG Ghana. And he will be talking today about how they have been able to transform their workforce. Temi talked about learning and what they've invested in and transformed the organization so far. So, John, you have attention.
All right. Good morning. I believe we are all doing well. Yeah, great to be back in Lagos. All right, so like Paul rightly said, my name is John Opata, and I drive learning and development at Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited. One of the biggest banks in Ghana. And we've had the opportunity to implement Skillsoft, and I want to share the story. But before I do that, I would want to appreciate our management, MD, for the opportunity given us to be here to come and sell our story, and also appreciate PCL for having us. Okay, my slides, I don't know if... Okay, so let me start with a story. Since we are Africans, we love stories. I want to tell a story. 7 years ago, we were all at our workplaces doing our work. And then in August, we heard the news that our banks have been collapsed. So you went to work in the morning, and by the time you were going home, you were unemployed because the central bank had withdrawn our licenses. And it was a sad news, but the good news was that another bank has been formed. Later on, we found out that Nigeria had also had their share of that story. And so we had Consolidated Bank coming together. You had 7 banks coming together, different cultures, different people, processes, technology. Scattered across all the 13 out of the 16 regions of Ghana. How are you going to drive learning? How are you going to ensure there is culture fit? How are you going to ensure that technology fit? These were leading questions that we in HR at that time, who were also figuring out how we're going to work ourselves, at the same time run the bank. Then an angel appeared, and an angel appeared to say that, hey, I have a solution that can democratize learning, access to everyone, and let's try it out. 7 years down the lane, so right from the birth of the bank, I think after 1 year or so, we started conversations with this angel, an angel from Lagos. And that angel have served us well. And I think 6 years down the lane, we have worked well with PCL. And I think PCL deserves a clap. So I've summarized my presentation with this story. Now let's go to the story. All right. So about CBG, like I rightly said, the consolidation of the banks was based on a problem of trust. And so our vision is to be the most trusted bank in Ghana. And we were formed out of 7 banks. So the 5, it was 5 initially. We had 2 added up onto the consolidation. Currently we have 2,000 plus staff scattered across the 30 regions of Ghana. And we have 109 branches, 109 branches. And so at least for us in Ghana, it's a big bank. And like I said, the focus had always been and is one culture, what we call the one CBG culture. And our people, our processes, and our technology. And I'll try and walk you through how our learning platform has supported this vision. What was the business challenge? As I mentioned, we had to bring together staff, people, we have to bring together technology, different banking softwares, and most importantly, the culture issue from these 7 banks. That was our challenge. We were geographically dispersed. Time and cost of the in-person training programs, how are we going to travel across the countries to run these developmental programs that we wanted to do? First of all, skills audits and all those challenges. How are we going to do this quickly, real time, and get the results that we were expecting? Then inconsistent access to learning. Somebody sitting in Accra the access the person has cannot be compared to, for those of us who have been in Ghana, somebody at the north, because of internet access and challenges. And so how are we able to ensure that what the staff sitting in the head office branch is learning is the same as the one sitting in the Bali branch that is up there in the north, also learning the same thing? And then also, how were we going to measure learning programs? So these were challenges that I can summarize here to say, okay, CBG needed one platform to democratize learning across all our branches in Ghana, across 3 key areas: accessibility, measurability, and then scalability. Okay. Then, like I said, the angel was Skillsoft Percipio. Before we adopted Skillsoft, Paul, maybe I'll tell you, we had a lot of options. But the challenges with those platforms was content, which I will talk about. Content, AI support, then issues around even the opportunity for us to have our internal proprietary content on the platform. And also because you had Ghanaian affiliation as well. So why did we choose Skillsoft? We realized that Skillsoft Percipio is a cloud-based. The content were rich, deep analytical reporting, and then personalized learning pathways. And I would want to talk about this as I move on. This have really helped us, the personalized learning platform, then scalability to our staff all over the country, and then the real-time partnership support, so that they didn't just sell us a solution, but they are there with us 24/7. And the PCL team had been very, very supportive in this wise. So what was our implementation journey? We started with a name platform. So we needed to get the buy-in of staff. And what we did was just to allow everybody within the country, so from the north up to the middle, up to the south, come up with a name that you would want to give to our learning platform. And some came up with names in Hausa, Ewe. I don't know whether you know the Ewe language. The Ewe is for those of us in the Volta part of Ghana. And then the Akan, which is a common language across the country. And so we settled for Addition. I realize Christian and the rest, they can't pronounce it well. It's not Adesua, it's Addition. All right, so Adesua. Okay. All right, so what is the meaning of Adesua? Oh, it's a name. Oh, okay. So Adesua is a name, whilst Addition means learning in Accra, Ghana. All right. So so I think Paul Christian thinks it's a name. No, it means learning. Addition. All right. So we called it Addition, and then we had the word hub to it. So it is to say that it was a cultural signal that learning belongs to everyone in CBG. Our management then and now wanted to send that signal across. Learning belongs to everybody within the bank. It is not a priority of those of us sitting in Accra, but those even up there in the north. And so we settled for the name. And what we did was that the group, so it was a group of staff that won the competition, and they had a wonderful reward. That kind of brought in the immediate buy-in from our staff. So that was the name in 2020. Then our MD and ESCO actually demonstrated the buy-in of the solution. We had a wonderful presentation, the launch. I think the PCL team was around. We streamed all the way from Lagos to Accra. Then we didn't believe in pilots, so let's start for those of us in Accra and leave the rest. We tested it amongst ourselves, HR, IT, and a few departments, and then we just scaled it across the bank. And that has been the practice even to date. Then we also had continuous growth, which we are experiencing now. One thing about the platform is that constantly the team is innovating. Constantly something new is happening. And that has been the story of Addition Hub. So when you come to the bank, we don't say Skillsoft. They wouldn't know Skillsoft. They wouldn't even know Percipio. All they know is Addition Hub. That is how we have localized and internalized it. It means the platform is now part of the CBG story. The platform, and I think it's something we can clap for. I appreciate, yeah. So that has been our journey. How have we used the platform? Beyond this, I will just summarize all this into, I think 3 years ago, we started this conversation about digital literacy. How are we going to know what is the level of skill or audit in terms of a competency, digital literacy? And what we did was leveraging on the skills benchmark on the platform. For those of us who are using the platform, you know the skills benchmark. We conducted the skills audit, allowed staff to go on, let's identify our proficiency level as individuals, and the sum of it, the average of it, now becomes what is the bank's level of digital literacy. And that helped us with our capability development regarding digital skills, fluency. And now we are doing that for AI awareness. And our just ended speaker spoke about skills audit starting from the top in terms of AI literacy. And this platform is helping us to drive that. So we have learning journeys. We have the Role Advisor, a very powerful tool that we are leveraging on live webinar sessions, powerful sessions. We have seasoned experts coming to run the learnings as well. Then our mandatory assignments. As a bank, we are regulated, and so all our those regulatory courses that has sanctions attached to it, we leverage on the platform to scale it across board, and that is done. Then achievements, celebrating learning, celebrating milestones, leaderboards, and all that. Then the dashboards. So we have real-time dashboard that feeds us with what staff are learning, how they are learning, and where the staffs are learning from. Okay. So this is just some figures that I would want to show. Adoption has always been up there. Everybody is on the platform. We had 2004 staff, so we purchased 2004 licenses. We are not yet at the optimal level number yet, but you realize that we are all on the platform. Content, as for content access, people are learning whether through the courses, the live learnings, the audio books, and all that. Learning hours, we spend a lot of time. So at one time, we spooled the report, and we saw that somebody had learned in unimaginable numbers. So and this is a teller. So we were now questioning ourselves, is this guy using our working time to learn? Yeah, but we realized that they are learning on their mobile devices. They are learning on their mobile devices. And currently, for our IT staff, most of their prep courses towards their certification exams, they learn it on the platform. That is how well the resources on the platform are updated. So they just learn on the platform, then they go and write their certification exams. Yeah, that is how good. As for completions and then adoption rates, they are there for our knowledge. The benefits, like I said, improved compliance, reduced sanctions, AML programs. We've scaled it across board. Competency development, skills audit. We've used it. We are using it now. Then our onboarding. So instead of bringing somebody from the north to Accra for orientation, now our orientation is on the platform. You join us and you are just giving, you go in there, you get your messages from our MD, ESCO, structure, your department, and you are good to go. It has saved us a lot of money. And from 7 SWA banks, now 7 years down the line, we can talk about the one CBG culture. One CBG culture. And once again, PCL came in handy to support us to do that. Leveraging on our core values, courses were created around the core values, and over the years, consistently, whether mandatory or self-paced learning, we have asked our staff to go and learn. And now when you come into the bank, you don't hear somebody saying, I belong to this bank, I used to be with this bank. It's just one CBG. CBG, we stand with you. Actually, that is our mantra. And then, like I said, we have democratized learning. In wrapping up, I want to talk about the learnings we have learned so far. Leadership buying is everything. Leadership buying is everything. If leaders do not appreciate digital learning, nobody wants really digital learning. Staff would want to go for in-person training, for them to get their per diem, for them to get their allowances. But if leadership demonstrate that they are using the platform, what they learn, they show us the courses they are learning, we send it across to all staff that MD is learning this. What about you? Heads of department are learning this. What about you? That also kind of drives traction to the platform. And then brand it. Like I said, unfortunately, Skillsoft, when you come to CBG and you ask about Skillsoft, they may not know what you're talking about unless you say Addition Hub. And that is a culture thing. And then go out there, launch it, be bold about it. And then also, finally, data drives decision. Blend mandatory, voluntary, and then celebrate achievements. Celebrate achievement. All right. So we say, I heard somebody say that when a child grows to 6 years and crosses the 6th year, it means that child will not die. That child will survive. Because maybe the child have gone through all the children-prone sicknesses. So in CBG, with Addition Hub, 6 years down the lane, it's time to rebrand. Let's reshape, retwig it. That these are the next steps we would want to do. We want to deepen integration with our performance management system. Want to grow leadership and management development programs through the platform. Yesterday we had conversations around that. And then also introduce social learnings and peer sharing features for collaborative growth. So this has been the success story of the following the implementation of Addition Hub powered by PCL, Paul and the team with us in Consolidated Bank Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, 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 thank you. Thank you, John. Great job, great job, great job. I appreciate doing this. All right, so just before we move on to the panel, I'd ask that they play some music so that you will shake your body a bit, Are you getting tired? No? All right, okay, before we do that, we'd like to play that video that Sally promised you. Sally, we're keeping to that promise. So let's roll that video. It's just 2 minutes in length. Let's play and then we can move on to the panel.
Morning, Jill.
Good morning, Amy. Where would you like to work today?
The office. What's the weather like today?
The temperature is 18 degrees with a 57% chance of rain. Are you ready to start your day?
Give me 10 minutes.
Okay. How would you like to get there?
I'll walk.
Do you want to ride?
No, I'm good.
Thank you. Careful, Amy. Obstacle ahead. Nearly there. Good time, Amy.
Good morning, Amy. Welcome to JLL. You have one message from William Douglas.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Your first meeting is at 10:30. Please proceed to the elevators. Have a good day.
And you.
Lisa is in today. Lunch?
Good for me.
Invite sent. Have you seen the latest report?
No.
Your coffee will be ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you.
Tip sent. This building uses sensors to make your day more productive. Need a desk?
Maybe later.
Sure. How's the temperature?
It's fine.
Ready to start your meeting with Eloise Dupont?
I am indeed.
I'll let her know.
Bonjour Amy, ça va?
Bonjour Eloise. Hold on.
Auto-translating.
Vous avez vérifié le document que je vous ai envoyé?
Yeah, all looks great. Thanks very much. Au revoir.
Bonne journée, au revoir, merci.
Are you happy to share your building usage data today? Have a great evening, Amy.
Plan for route home?
Stop navigation.
Navigation off.
Send a message to Tom. Are we still okay for the meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
Message sent. Would you like to switch to personal mode?
Yes, please.
Personal mode. Work mode returns 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Confirm.
Have a nice evening, Amy. Enjoy the sunset.
Good night, Jill.
What do you think? That could have been you, right? All right. Not really? Okay, we're going to get there, right? All right. Okay. Without wasting much time, I'd like to invite Modukber to the stage. She's going to introduce the other panelists who will join her on the stage. Yes, the chairs would go back up now. Thank you.
Initiatives focused on organizational performance, capability development, and sustainable growth. She works at the intersection of enterprise growth, organizational effectiveness, and leadership development, partnering with organizations to translate strategy into execution and build systems that drive measurable results. With extensive experience spanning banking and consulting, Modupe has worked with leaders across both the public and private sectors to strengthen organizational effectiveness, develop high-performing teams, and foster cultures of excellence. Her work is centered on aligning people, processes, and priorities to enable organizations to thrive in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. A strong advocate for continuous learning and workforce transformation, she has designed and led numerous leadership and management development initiatives and spearheads global partnerships that expand access to knowledge, deepen institutional capability, and create opportunities for innovation and growth. Today, she will serve as moderator, guiding the conversation, drawing out diverse perspectives, and facilitating an engaging discussion that translates insights into practical actions for participants.
Well, thank you so much. All right, so good morning again, everyone, and thanks for all the speakers that have come here before now. Sally, Retemi had to leave. I think they've set a very strong foundation for every conversation, any further conversation we're going to be having today. All right, so today's panel discussion will explore what workforce readiness really means in this new era, the capabilities that matters most, and how leaders can respond in the most practicable and human-centered way. All right, so today we're going to be joined here by some very talented leaders in the business space. I'm not going to call it the HR space. So I'm going to be the exceptional panel of leaders, and they are bringing perspectives across strategy, all right, capability development, across execution, across culture, all right. So in no particular order, I'm going to start by calling on Ejemen Okoli to the stage. Thank you. Please feel free to clap for her.
Ejemen Okoje, HR Director, IHS Towers. Ejemen Okoje, SHRM, SCP, MCIPD, MCIPM, is the Director of Human Resources at IHS Towers, Nigeria, where she leads the people strategy for one of Africa's largest telecom infrastructure operators. A transformation-focused executive with over 2 decades of cross-sector experience spanning financial services, FMCG, consulting, digital manufacturing, and telecommunications infrastructure. She is known for driving enterprise transformation, governance discipline, and leadership capability in complex, capital-intensive environments. Her work consistently operates at the intersection of strategy, organization design, and culture transformation. She builds high-performance operating models that align talent, structure, and leadership behaviors with business strategy, particularly during periods of organizational transition and digital infrastructure evolution. What distinguishes her approach is that the systems thinking is always in service of people. She cares deeply about the humans behind the org charts, and that empathy is what sends her digging into structural problems in the first place. By the time she presents a solution, she has already considered how it lands emotionally, not just logistically. Ejemen brings a structured, governance-driven approach to HR leadership that goes well beyond traditional people management to influence enterprise performance, operational resilience, and long-term capability building. She is particularly recognized for designing talent governance frameworks, workforce strategies, leadership development architectures, and performance systems that hold up under pressure, and for combining strategic rigor with clear communication that translates complex ideas into practical execution across leadership teams. Her leadership is distinguished by one clear principle: institutions must outlast individuals. Beyond her corporate mandate, Ejemen is the co-host of Pepper Soap Stories, a podcast built on a distinctly African philosophy. When life gives you pepper, make pepper soup. The show is dedicated to helping women across Africa transform adversity into advantage and reflects her long-standing commitment to developing talent and resilience at every level, not just in the boardroom. She is also drawn to the arts as a space where the parts of her that systems and frameworks cannot quite reach find room to breathe, turning complexity into institutional strength across Africa.
All right, thank you. I think next in line would be, and again in no particular order, would be Dr. Joshua Ademuwagun.
Dr. Joshua Ademuwagun, Human Resources Director, Pernod Ricard, Nigeria. Dr. Joshua is a distinguished organizational effectiveness strategist, profit growth advisor, and human capital transformation leader with nearly 2 decades of experience helping organizations translate strategy into measurable performance. He currently serves as the Human Resources Director at Pernod Ricard, Nigeria, the world's leading wines and spirits company, with a portfolio of over 280 global brands. In this role, he drives talent strategy, leadership development, and cultural transformation initiatives that align people and business outcomes. Before joining Pernod Ricard, Dr. Ademuwagun served as Associate Director, People and Change Practice at KPMG Nigeria, where he advised leading local and multinational organizations on HR transformation and organizational performance. He was also Senior Managing Consultant and Head of Advisory, People Transformation Practice, Human Resource Consulting at Philips Consulting Limited, PCL, Nigeria's largest and most influential indigenous consulting firm. Over his 18-year career, he has delivered high-impact solutions across human capital management and organizational development, change management and culture transformation, leadership and talent development, HR strategy, design and implementation, balanced scorecard and performance management systems, employee engagement and capability building, learning strategy and career advisory, HR analytics and evidence-based people decisions. Dr. Ademuwagun has successfully led HR transformation and strategy execution projects across multiple sectors, from financial services and manufacturing to FMCG and public enterprises, enabling organizations to achieve sustainable growth through their people. His work is grounded in data-driven insight, innovative design, and practical execution. Dr. Ademuwagun's multidisciplinary background reflects his commitment to lifelong learning and professional excellence. He holds Doctor of Commerce and Enterprise Development, DCOM, IBLT, Master of International Law and Diplomacy, MILD, University of Lagos, Master of Arts in Transformational Leadership, RILA, Master of Divinity, GSBC, Lagos Master of Business Administration, MBA, Nexford University, USA, BSc Geography, Social Sciences, University of Ibadan. He also holds several prestigious global certifications, including Global Professional in Human Resources, GPHR, HRCI, USA, Senior Professional in Human Resources International, SPHRI, HRCI, USA, Career Advisory Diploma, CUDA Inc., USA, Prince 2 Practitioner and Facilitator, Axelos, UK, High Performance Coaching, Jesus College, University of Cambridge, UK, Certificate in Workforce Planning, CWP, Human Capital Growth Institute, USA, PROSHI Certified Change Management Professional, Balanced Scorecard Certified Practitioner, Balanced Scorecard Institute, USA, Professional Affiliations, Full Member, Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, MCIPM, Full Member, Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, CIPD, UK, Senior Research Fellow, Institute of Commerce and Enterprise Development, ICRED, Nigeria, a sought-after conference speaker, trainer, author, and life coach. Dr. Ademuwagun is known for his engaging facilitation style and his ability to inspire transformation at both individual and organizational levels. His leadership philosophy centers on purpose-driven performance, people empowerment, and evidence-based excellence. He lives in Nigeria with his family and continues to contribute to the growth of Africa's next generation of business and people leaders.
Wow. Impressive. So next in line, we'll call Sally. Yeah, she was here earlier on. Thank you. I think we've read Sally's profile earlier on, so we'll just move on. And we'll now call Yemi Fashion.
Yemi Fashion, Chief Talent Officer, YF Talent Partners. He's
Good. So thank you once again, Yemi, Sally, German, and Joshua. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for joining us again on this panel discussion. So we're going to be starting with a bigger picture, and we want to know what workforce really means in an AI-shaped world. All right, so the first question here is going to go to a German. All right, from your perspective, okay, how is AI fundamentally reshaping what workforce readiness means for organizations today?
Okay, thank you so much, Modupe. Thank you to the PCL team, and thank you to everyone here. I mean, the rain was really interesting this morning, so I'm glad to see a full room. So workforce readiness, in my view, has gone through a fundamental shift. Back in the day, I mean, as an HR professional of over 25 years, what we used to do and what we have been doing up till now is trying to fit people into organizational chats. So we're looking at headcount and we're looking at roles. But that doesn't work anymore. Our role up till now has been trying to meet the supply-demand gap. So we're looking for people who have the right skills, right experience, right qualifications to fit particular roles. AI has transformed that whole approach and has made that approach, in my view, quite obsolete. And the reason why, fundamentally, is number one, we are in what I would call a perpetual readiness gap. And what that means is that the shelf life of skills, just like the shelf life of technology, is getting very short. It's not about the years, it's more about months. So you have a situation where, from my point of view, readiness is something that we have to consider every day, every time, every month, and not look at readiness from, well, this person has had 5 years procurement skills, he's done the job in these types of companies, so he should be ready to do that job. That doesn't work because everything is changing, technology is changing, and so on. And I think the other thing I would say is, when I think about readiness, I mean, when I think about AI and even take a step back, AI today for me is how we had typewriters shifting into computer, and that whole mentality changing. And even back in the day where we were told that TV sets would be something that would be interesting for us to use, people didn't believe that that would work. So it's a huge, massive shift. So I think the second thing I would say right now is that there is a higher premium placed on cognitive skills, human judgment. And I'll give you a very good example. So this week, I'd asked my team to prepare a report for some project that we were working on. What I got was AI slop. I'm sure a lot of you know what that means. And I think we are beginning to get overwhelmed with a lot of information, a lot of data. I looked at our profiles and I'm like, very AI, intersection of this and all of that. And we need to find a way to make sure that what we're providing provides the right context. So that example I gave you with regard to the project was, give me a report that says what we have done. When I saw the report, it looked beautiful. Obviously, I saw some cloud, you know how cloud is. And I'm looking at it and I'm trying to understand, what does this mean given the context of what we are doing? And I could not find a correlation. And I was quite disappointed. And you know, we don't want to get people uncomfortable using AI and all of that. And what I had to explain to my team member is there's a place for judgment. There's a place for context. And if you lose that, then what we're just getting is garbage in, garbage out. So we need to be very careful. And there's studies that show that the wage premium, right, for people with AI skills in the sense that you have the skills for AI from a literacy point of view. You apply your domain expertise, so you provide the context for AI, and you now use your judgment. If you don't add those three and you just send something, then we're going to be struggling with a lot of data that doesn't make sense and doesn't give us the right type of insights. So I think I don't want to hog. Yeah. I've been told I have 3 minutes. So for me, in summary, what I would say is that it's not about what the person has done in a different context, it's what the person can do now, right? And I would also say that there is a huge amount of premium that we have to put a lot of emphasis on with regard to cognitive skills, human judgment, emotional intelligence, and building the right capabilities for the moment. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Please feel free to clap. Thank you. Thank you, Jem. I think that was very practical. And we've been able to help us see that there's actually a sense of urgency. And based on this, I'll move on to Sally. All right, so how are organizations truly moving fast enough to keep up with the pace of AI disruption, or we're just simply reactive? Is it on?
I'm not having a great tech day today. Look, I mean, the video that we just played, right? I think that shows all of that technology is already in existence. This is just stitched together. So with that context, you know, are we moving fast enough? I think the answer is no. We're not moving fast enough, but I think to your point around, and I love the slop tax because this is definitely a big issue that we're seeing everywhere. But again, it comes back to what I was saying earlier. I think what we're not moving fast enough with is the redesign of our organizations. And that is what is truly creating the barrier. We're not getting to a place, most of what I showed you in that video is not achievable in organizations because the data isn't there, because you can't access it from a single source of truth. You can't see it, you can't use it. So that's actually where we are behind. That's what we're not ready for. It's not that the tech isn't there, it's that we and the way that we've designed work and the way that we've looked at the moments that matter, the employee journey, the way that we are accessing and using technology, that's where we're really lagging. So I think the answer is about moving faster, but I think it's about moving faster with intent, and I think it's really about being very, very discerning around what trends and what things make sense for your context and your business. You can't just do everything AI because it's everything AI. You're going to get distracted and defocused. You've got to choose one or two really high impact interventions and start to move forward with those and design around those. Go slowly, but rather build those correctly, rather than just chasing trends, you know? Yeah. We love doing that, especially in the HR space. We like trends a lot.
Yeah, thanks so much, Sally. Please clap for Sally. Yeah, thank you for that, your perspective on that. And I think it will help us move straight into how we actually rethink the design of work itself. So at this point, I think my next question will be for Joshua, all right? And talking about redesigning, how should organizations redesign jobs to effectively integrate the human and AI collaboration to create that solid balance, really?
Okay, thank you very much, Modupe. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. Good to be back home. Always good to be back home. Great to see you, FOP. Good to see you and everybody else. So I think that's a very important question. And the reason I say that is because according to MIT, in 2027, which is just next year, about 72% of employees in the workplace would need to collaborate, right, with AI to be able to do their jobs daily. Hence, it's either people are prepared or something else happens, right? So how should organizations be thinking in terms of redesigning jobs? I think the very first thing is that there has to be that intentional and deliberate look at the various tasks within jobs, and then that task allocation has to happen whereby we are identifying repetitive tasks, we are identifying administrative tasks, right, and tasks that can be automated. Now, I think that is the first step. The second step is then empowering the employees. So I would call it reskilling or upskilling, depending on, empowering the employees to be able to move up the value chain. And I think if organizations do that effectively, then there'll be no fear around AI taking jobs and all of that. I'm so happy that I think the conversation has moved away from, AI is taking our jobs, to, okay, so how can we collaborate with AI and use AI to enhance what we do? So after you've identified, repetitive tasks and that has been automated, Then the next thing is to upskill your employees such that they are able to then move from what I'll call degrees to skills, right? More impact-related tasks. Now, when employees are able to do that, then the third thing is then to empower the employees to be able to effectively collaborate with AI, right, to do these other tasks more effectively. And then I think the last thing would be organizations to be very deliberate and intentional about putting the right governance and ethics, around AI use. Jamel said, people are just going to online, and then you go use the AI to capture and you dump and you submit a report. We know most organizations need to be a lot more intentional about what employees will put, he just takes a report in the office, carries the old data and everything, dumps it on AI. Excuse me, what you're doing, you're exposing your organization, right? So the governance has to be very strict, and there should be clear accountability, such that on every job you know that this is the extent to which I can use AI to enhance my job or enhance what I do. So I think use those steps. I think they're very practical.
Yeah, indeed, Joshua, very practical steps. Thank you so much. I will say again, feel free to clap. Still talking about design, and I'm thinking I'll go back to Sally, because you've actually really talked about this a lot today. What roles do you think, or which roles do you think, or do you see are being most disrupted, or which new roles do you think are now emerging in this space?
I think to the point that that Joshua was making around task-driven, I think in organizations where you don't have a direct line and can't see the direct line from what you do to creating value for customer, value in the organization, if you are the checker of checking that checks, you're going to have a problem. Those roles are the roles that can and will be automated. So I think it's about understanding that value creation and that direct line is going to be the most important part, and that ultimately is going to be in how jobs are created. They'll be about the value that they unlock, not about, the actual capability and qualification. And I think the jobs that are going to be created are really, I think it's amazing. We got really freaked out when the steam shovel came in and everyone was like, oh no, now it's going to take all the jobs. But how many jobs have been created since then? I think now we're going to be looking at, when we talk about culture, when we talk about empathy, when we talk about psychological safety, we're going to have people in our organizations that are going to be designing specifically for our context with AI. So you'll have people that train your AI on the psychology and culture of your organization in order to bring in that contextual setting. And that will work hand in hand with technology. So I think there are a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunities that will be created around the partnership. So I think it's a very exciting time, actually.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Sally. I think we've been able to talk a bit about the shifts, all right, the sense of urgency. We've talked about the design. I think we should move now a bit to the skills, all right? Temi talked a lot about skills transformation, capacity development. And my question will be for you, Yemi, and it's what are the most critical skills organizations must prioritize today to remain competitive in this AI-driven economy?
Thank you. Thank you. Modupe, that was how AI called
AI.
You. All right. I was even hoping that you will not ask me any question, because I must make a confession. When Paul said to me that I should be a part of this conversation, I was thinking to myself, I'm just an HR guy. Digital migrant, still figuring it out around AI. So what am I going to be talking about? And then I came here, listened to Sally, and I didn't hear any technical jargons. It was employee engagement. It was employee experience, culture. I felt a bit comfortable. And then Temi came and she was talking about psychological safety, culture. I said, okay, maybe that's the balance to this conversation. And then lastly, my friend from CBG came and he was also talking about culture. And I'm like, okay. So maybe it's important for us to have that balance to the conversation, because the focus on AI from a tech perspective is a lot. we are not getting the workforce ready for the other side, the people's side of things. So we're focusing on maybe change management or maybe projects around tech, but we're not focusing on people. And then when we ran the first poll, that sort of gave me some insight into this question now. And the question was, what do we think will become more valuable because of AI? And the 4 options were nothing technical. Did you notice? What was number 1? Leadership, creativity, emotional intelligence, and critical thinking. And those are the areas we're not focusing on. And now, from an emotional intelligence perspective, I'll give a story very quickly. And I have somebody in the room who was witness to that story. We went to a training resort. We went for lunch with another company full of young people, a tech company. It was time for lunch done. We were walking back to the training facilities. My business partner and I and the GM business development of our client, we walked in front of 2 young people. I'm not mentioning generations, I just say young people. We walked ahead of them, and I was forced to the door. Of course, you understand that for some members of certain generation, you will hold the door for other people to pass, correct? And because I looked back and I saw these 2 young people coming behind me, I waited maybe 2-3 seconds, and I held the door. They just passed by without a word. Will AI teach them emotional intelligence? No. Let's talk about leadership. The individuals in leadership spaces today are largely the baby boomers, some ancestors, and then the millennials coming. No, I wasn't looking at you, sir. I wasn't looking at you, sir. No, I wasn't looking at you, sir. Right? And some millennials coming to that leadership space. But mostly, guys of the older generation, they tend to still want to lead people with that analog mentality in a digital dispensation. And guys, is it working? No, it's not working. So we need to go back to the drawing board and look at, it's like a balance sheet. You need to look at both sides. While we're focusing on the tech, of course, by all means, do things a lot more efficient, easier, AI agents and all that. We shouldn't forget the human side of things. And that's where we have those skills of creativity, leadership, emotional intelligence, and all that.
Yeah, fantastic show, Yemi. Thanks for helping to create that balance. And I totally agree with you. The future of work in this AI work would definitely not be defined by technology alone. I think it's just going to be the enabler. There's a whole lot more that is going to be involved, all right? The skills, rejigging everything, the job roles, the designs that we've actually talked about. So my next question is going to go to a German. It's also talking about skills, all right? How should organizations balance the technical AI skills with human-centric skills? And I think Yemi talked a bit on it, like your critical thinking, your creativity, and emotional intelligence.
Yeah, thank you, Modu. What's the French?
Modupi.
Modupi.
Let's go ahead.
I need to be very compliant, very compliant. So I feel like Yemi has sort of answered my question, but let me see if I can add a little bit. So I like to shy away from the word balance. Maybe we should interrogate that a little bit. And what I mean by this is, if you remember back in the day, we kept talking about work-life balance. I mean, talk about juggling your life, your health, everything, right? And we've gotten to a point where we talk about work-life integration, right? So when we use the word balance, AI, the human side, for me, it's really about integration, right? That's what I would consider. Because it's not one or the other, it's both. And to the point that Yemi had mentioned, and I love what he said, he talked about the balance sheet. So I would even start to say that the first side is, and I'm not looking at debit credit, but the first side is the human side. Then the next side is technology, okay? And the World Economic Forum, I think, said the top skills in 2030, in the next few years, we should be looking at analytical, creative thinking. Resilience is very important. Then anything around AI came after that. So even the World Economic Forum recognizes that piece. And just a very quick, side, story. I was speaking to one of my former direct reports who is based in Canada. And he was very, very shocked last year when his organization said to him that, look, we're going to be introducing agents into the organizational chat. That means that they're going to be working with agents, with AI, right? And that means they would have colleagues who are not human. And that simply means they were shifting into an augmented workforce. And I understand with research, IBM says that, after studying, going through a review over 28 countries, 87% of our executives had said that this is the way to go, this is the future. So what do I mean by this? It's about the human and the technology side. So I don't think there's any more to add. We have to find a way to understand that the biggest opportunity is leadership, especially at the top. Because I'm also finding in my organization that we're very quick to jump on a technology solution that works. And we go forward, and a few months later, because we have not managed our stakeholders, we haven't had the right people in the room having the right conversation at the right time, then people are asking very basic questions. And it doesn't help the project deliver from an excellence of execution point of view. So it's very important for us to make sure that in our organizations, we're not just looking at the solutions, we're not just looking, do we have Copilot, do we have Claude, do we have this? We need to start to ensure that people are ready and they appreciate the fact that there is value. They understand what is in it for me. And then, some of the things we're doing in my organization, we're looking at leveraging our Ilorin Innovation Hub to ideate, to look at small solutions that could help not just our business, but Nigeria in general. That is based in Kwara. In a couple of weeks, we're looking at an innovation, launching an innovation week. So we're looking at innovation leveraging AI, not just from a business point of view, but also as a way of working and as a culture. And getting our leaders to start to talk about stories, where they learned, where they failed. I wasn't around, but Timmy talked about psychological safety, where to go to learn about AI, so that we start to demystify that whole piece. Last year, I was overwhelmed because anywhere I turned to, it was AI. And I'm like, that cannot be the only thing. So that's very important for us. We need to advocate the change and not just let the business drive it, because what will happen is that it will be driven from a technology point of view and not from a people or human-centric side. So that integration is very important.
Thank you so much, Ejemen. I think that was a very brilliant perspective. And I think you touched a lot on leadership, and I think that would actually usher us into the next set of questions. And we're going to be looking at the roles leaders are going to be playing here. And the next question is for you, Yemi. How can leaders actually foster that culture that embraces AI while addressing all the fears, all right, and the job displacement, the psychological safety that we've all talked about, the vulnerabilities, all right, that we don't need to know it all, we can just evolve into it. So there's a lot of fear, all right, so where do you think the role of leaders come in here?
All right, thanks. Leadership is a cascade concept. Most times when we talk leadership, we always think it's only at the executive level. But it's layered across different areas of the organization. So the supervisor, the team lead, then the manager, and all of that. And there's one thing that has worked maybe in the past, again, I'll go back to the analog world, that we need to find a way to transition into this current dispensation, and that's the power of mentorship. We're not doing enough of that. At another program like this, we had a conversation, and then I was interviewed, and I said, if I had my way to regulate it, and this is not just Nigeria, Africa, but globally, I would say that individuals with 0 to 5 years experience should not be allowed to work from home. Not even hybrid. They should go back to the offices, because we are losing a lot.
Are we in support?
Right? It created a furor on social media. I was dragged. But I also have an army. My army dragged them as well. if you know what I mean. But that's the reality. We don't know how to interact anymore, and then we also don't know how to pass things down because people are not in the same rooms anymore. The reason we have a platform like this today was because an icon passed it on. You know what I mean? And he's in the room. Right? Yes, please, a round of applause.
Yeah, FOP.
I mean, imagine that everything was digital and no mentorship and no, we may not have a Paul in the room. You know what I mean? So we need to go back to that, passing the baton to the younger generation. So maybe something I scripted would be my final word around this. And I said, confidence coming from leadership to the younger generation will not come from people, no, will come from people who can question AI. Not just that we have AI tools, but individuals who will query or question AI, and then they can earn trust, and that is during collaborative interactions. People can lead with empathy through ambiguity, because this is creating ambiguities. I mean, you know the VUCA word and all that. Everybody is scared. Thank God, I talk for a living. AI has not taken over my job. But there's so many people, especially the routine, the clerical works and all that. We need leaders who will help them understand that once upon a time we had the word processor, and we moved on to the, we had a typewriter, and then moved on to the word processor. The word did not collapse. People just need to learn new skills around the word processor. But if people are not even in the room to have those engagements and those interactions with leadership, it won't work. So leaders must find ways, if not physical, at least digital ways, to pass on the baton and mentor the younger generation.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Yemi. Thank you. And I think I'll just pass this on to Joshua, okay? I think stemming from where Yemi stopped, all right? So what would be your own advice to leaders today, the CEOs, the business, the heads of HR, on what are those practical steps, okay, that they should take, all right, to build this AI-ready workforce?
Okay, thank you, Madupe. I don't know how many of us saw the movie The Matrix. Matrix, Reloaded, Revolution, Resurrection, and the philosophy of the movie was AI was against humans, right? And so there was a battle all through the movie. But the truth is, what we're calling AI now is like the emails of many years ago. When emails came, there was a time, my mom was a secretary. She used to use typewriter. When they brought computers, my mom had to upskill, all right? So what would I ask Charles in that sense? Number one, focus on upskilling and reskilling your people. What is going to happen is that as AI gets into the workplace and as an enabler, because that is what it is, an enabler, what would happen is that human beings would then need to master the skills of orchestration rather than execution. And that's very important. So things that Yemi spoke about, leadership, emotional intelligence, all of those things, AI would only enable those things, right? It can't replace them. So I think CEOs and CHROs, and it's a broad conversation.
CIOs.
Actually, and CIOs, right?
All the C's.
So, exactly. So your skill. Number two, I believe that the fact that I said, in terms of people should then redesign jobs, right? Let's not stay stuck in the past, all right? Because things are changing. So redesign the jobs, right? And number three, ensure that there is a lot of governance. That becomes very important. Embed these things into your policy. There are organizations that do not have an AI policy. It's already here. So make sure that you have a policy around AI use, right? And then the fourth, which for me it's very important, is ensure that you adopt AI leveraging change management. And I think that is very important. When I used to work in PCL, one of the big things we used to talk about, and I know we still talk about, is the digital culture, right? So it's not enough to just say, oh, we want to implement AI use and all of that. And that is what is causing the frenzy and all of that. Because change management is absent, right? So can we infuse that and embed that? I like the, it's a CBG, example. I mean, as I was listening to what they were saying, I said, this is change management. I mean, they didn't just throw it out at the staff and everybody's confused and all of that. You know, I would say that those 4 things for me would be 4 critical things I would advise any CEO. And if I was to add a 5th one, I would say they should have a conversation with PCL about Skillsoft.
Yeah,
I would say that, really. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think you've actually helped us out here. I was going to ask the other panelists if they had any other input in terms of advice to leaders. I know you've made mention of it, but just 1 or 2. Sally, German? Okay, Sally, you go.
I love what you said about orchestration, and I think that's really the big thing, is about how do we create that in our organizations? How do leaders sit back and say, right, now it's about managing a digital colleague, it's about bringing it all together. It is really that symphony of bringing it, rather than seeing everything as individual instruments that are playing. And I think that that's the big thing that we need to have a look at in our organizations, because we're quite linear in how we approach how we're building them. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sally, for that perspective. German?
Thank you. I would say that, just based on my experience, we look at AI as the outcome or the biggest thing or the shiny object. But what I'm finding with the work we're doing in my organization and also personal research is that it actually starts from your process and the data that goes along that. So let's not look at AI as a thing. Let's look at how is the organization configured? What is the architectural or the operating model of the organization? Because what you'll find is that in some companies, their systems don't speak to each other. And when you're looking at large language models, then the expectation is that there should be some level of synchronicity where you're able to leverage on the different data pockets in the different systems, in the different processes that you have, so you are able to provide or deliver competitive advantage. So let's not look at AI as this shiny object. Let's deconstruct our operating model, see whether our systems are configured to speak to each other, whether our processes even make sense, streamline the processes first, check your data, is it relevant, or are we just throwing stuff in it? And now decide how you want to measure success. Because I find out that sometimes when we have a different view of what success means, then we're working in cross purpose, right? So let's make sure everybody has a view of success, and let's make sure that we don't look at AI as a bright, shiny object, and we look more fundamentally at how the organization is wired. Think about the organization like how an electrician would think about a house. If you do not wire the house properly, the house is going to burn down.
Beautiful.
So let's look at that first. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, German. I think all the panelists have been able to support us here in really unpacking this whole conversation on workforce readiness, the big picture, the skills transformation, the workforce design, leadership, execution, culture. I think you've done a fantastic job. Thank you so much. Right now, I also want to quickly throw it to the audience, and we're not going, because of time, we may not be able to take so many questions, but maybe like 2 or 3 persons, if you have any question or you have any contribution to make to what we've been discussing so far, we would be happy to listen to you. Yes, and feel free, if there's any particular panelist you'd want to ask a question, please feel free. Just 2, 3 questions? Okay, Babs is here. We can't hear.
I think it's working now. All right, thank you so much. My name is Babatunde from Philips Outsourcing. I just want to ask, if you are to implement or integrate AI into your business operations, where do you start from?
For me, it would be, again, I guess, about understanding what is going to be the highest point of contribution of AI. So where do we have a lot of repetitive, high churn activities that are not creating value, or we could really have a measurable outcome that would be able to be automated quite quickly? I think one of them is, obviously, like, for example, customer service. We see that as a huge place where it's happening. From an internal perspective, why don't we look at single deep use cases for where our employees have a lot of internal service delivery? That's a nice single deep use case. I think the big thing for me is about looking at where is there a friction point, how do we identify it, and then how do we build a single deep application for that one item. For example, EVP is another one. How do you build an agent that can support your people in understanding, rolling out, and easily being able to move things into the language of your EVP? That's a single deep use case that you'd spend a lot of time and money using PowerPoint decks and copywriters and things for. That would, for me, would be a great place to start. But I think it's really about being able to understand those points of friction. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues would like to add to that.
Again, let's get back to the balance sheet. Don't just focus on the tech side of things. Also make sure that you're ready from the human side, right? So all the things we've been talking about, do you have the right culture, for instance, that's making it psychologically safe for those who may not catch up very fast with the change to say, I don't understand what's going on here, or people are just quiet. When people are quiet, culture is broken. So be sure that those things are in place first. What we tend to see is we bring initiatives and then we leave people behind. And I'm sure Tammy said that as we are advancing with tech or changing initiatives, don't leave the people behind, because they're still going to be the individuals who will manage the change and those initiatives.
Thank you so much. Okay, can we have one more question? Okay, sorry, Ejemen? Good.
Okay. All right. So I just want to give you a business perspective, sir. So I work in IHS Towers. We are the largest independent owner, operator, developer of shared telecoms. So what I simply mean by that long phrase is, if you look at the towers across Nigeria, about 15,000 of them are IHS Towers. And what that means is we are expected to deliver uptime, power availability, right, across Nigeria. And I'm sure you know how complex Nigeria is. And if you do not deliver uptime, the SLA says 99.5% in Nigeria. That means your mobile phones will not work. That means you cannot FaceTime. That means you cannot WhatsApp. And that is our job. So sometimes we ask ourselves, are we a utility company? Because doing that means that we are, on an average, leveraging about 300 million liters of diesel. So what have we tried to do, especially given the fact that we have, the ESG concern, so we want to go green. That means we have to moderate the amount of diesel that we use. So on any one site, you will see a diesel generator, you will see a solar panel, you will see a lithium battery. In some sites, you will see gas, just because we have to deliver 99.5% of the time. So one of the things we're looking at is how do we leverage AI to ensure that we're able to optimize the sources of power that we have, right? We also have grid, by the way, on top of all of that. So the question is, it's like flipping a switch. If there is no grid, then the diesel generator comes on. If for whatever reason the diesel generator is dropping in terms of fuel, then maybe the solar panel that's being powered by the diesel comes on. And how do you ensure you leverage those different sources of energy in a way that makes sense, that's efficient for the business? You have to look at AI at some point. I can give you many examples, but the point that she's made about the biggest friction point, diesel is one of our biggest, is our biggest cost, and all the capex associated. So think about the biggest thing that causes your business pain, and think about how you want to automate it. Then start from the process, start from the data, and then you can optimize or reconfigure. That's what I would advise.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So we have one more question.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. My question is for Mr. Yemi. I really liked what you touched on, like with mentorship and passing the baton, right? And it just got me thinking about like we, like younger people, as you said. Is there like a model? Like Ms. Tammy said during her presentation that it sits with us to, like the people the people coming after us, they're going to see what did we do right with AI. So how can we encourage like people like myself, those within my age group, on just being open to mentorship? Like, what is there a model that has happened? Is there something we can work on that can be used for those coming after us? Yeah, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure about templates around mentorship. I know that, for instance, if I get into an elevator with Mr. Felicia Phillips right now, and we are going to the 10th floor, I've got 5 questions I can easily ask him. If the younger generation, if they get into the elevator with him, number one, they don't know him because they're busy on Tawuma, Mr. Macaroni, I'm being very honest. And then, if somebody just lets them know, perchance, that they are with Mr. Felicia Phillips in the elevator, they go to Google, what questions can I ask him? Because we're not interacting. So the first thing I say is get out of scrolling and interact more. There is no particular model. And that's the reason I said, come back to the offices. Sit at meetings. You've got to see how things are done and experience these things beyond just copy and paste or beyond just AI. So we need to change a bit our split of time between looking into our devices and really interacting with people. Let me end with what somebody said. No matter how great the algorithm of tech or AI is, it will not replace what makes us uniquely human. And that is courage, connection, and empathy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so one last question. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, PCL, excuse me, please, for putting this together. My name is Oluchi Richard Oti. My question is to you, Sally. And it's around one of the things you said before closing. You said closing the 4 gaps requires for decisions and culture first, opportunity architecture, real-time intelligence, and enabling technology. So my question is on real-time intelligence. You said stop managing what you cannot see. Skills mapping is a CEO tool, not an HR tool. I'd like to understand what you mean by that. Would you mind expatiating on that? And if you really say it's a CEO tool, how do we get the CEO handle this with all accountability? Thank you.
Sally, before you go, just one last question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Binda Mola. Thank you to PCL team for organizing this event. My question is, as much as we all know that there are so many opportunities around AI, artificial intelligence, I know that there will be some risk associated with using AI as well. So how do you think organizations can mentor or teach employees on how to manage or treat risk that are associated with the use of AI, probably threats, and as much as there are opportunities, I see threats as well. So how do you think organizations can put employees to teach or train employees on how to manage these threats? Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we'll go with Sally first question, then Joshua. Second question. Good.
So thanks for the question. I think the last part of your question was quite tough. How do I make the CEO care about the skills? That's a tough one to ask, but I think it is about understanding. Everybody that's running a business wants to know that, let's put it in non-human terms, don't hate me for a second, but think about it, and every CEO cares about the assets in their business. They want to understand what those assets are, and I think it's about bringing forward the language of understanding that the skills and capabilities that we have in the organization are the assets that we're managing. They are where we're going. It's around them really seeing those and understanding what are we going to be able to use to execute the strategy. Because we need to have certain skills in the business to be able to actually execute on the vision, on the strategy, especially one that keeps changing. So I think the CEO, if they have a good understanding of what that is and the visibility, and again, the big word for me is always the context. Do they understand what those skills unlock in the context of our organization and what can they use them for? I think that's when we elevate the conversation, and that's when we start to get people to care about it, because skills are not yet, in my opinion, seen as the assets in the business. And I think that, for me, is the CEO conversation that we need to shift. Joshua?
Thank you, Sally. Josh, the second question. She should ask a question on risk, right?
Yeah, the risk associated with AI. Okay, so in my organization, we have AI embedded in almost everything we do, right? So you open an email and you say, should I help you write? Right? So it pops up, so you decide, or you want to write yourself, right? You're recruiting. There is a site, Leon, created, and you use it totally for your recruitment. Learning. So everything is embedded with AI. However, there are a few things. I said one before. Number one, there should be policy. For example, you want employees to resume by 5, I wanted to say 5 a.m., by 8 a.m., right? What do? It's encoded in your policy, right? So that's the first thing. Then I think number two, employees need to be educated on the implication, right, of how they use AI. One thing I must say also is one of the huge risks I see, which doesn't look hard, but I can assure you it's really very prevalent, right, especially in this part of the world, is a lot of young people are not thinking anymore. So AI is doing the thinking for them. What is the danger I see? The danger I see, part of what Yemi spoke about, the danger I see is that people are not as smart as they would typically be, right? So as we are embedding AI and all of that, one of the things organizations can also do to manage that risk, as I am doing in my organization, is teaching people about critical thinking, challenging people around creativity. Because now with AI, you can practically do, in fact, you can write songs. Yeah? You can write songs, everything. Somebody wants a presentation, just go to AI, write the right prompts. Your presentation comes out. The person did not think. Remember all the rigor of, sitting down with Madukwe, sitting down with Paul. Paul, the first I remember, how Paul would look at your proposal and tell you, no, structure it this way, all of those things are being lost because people are not thinking anymore. They are letting AI. Also, there is an advantage in AI doing certain things. But like I said during my speech, it is an enabler. So let critical thinking remain. Let creativity, so let organizations invest in it. I think if you do these little things, it would help to mitigate certain risks that the use of AI, comes with.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, we said it was the last question, but I can see we, unfortunately, because of time, we're unable to take too many questions. But I will just take one. And I think you raised your hand first, and we'll see if we can take the second one and just wrap it up, please. So the guy, the man in the, he raised his hands first. Let's keep it very brief, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Oluwakoyejo Oluwatosin, co-founder, CEO, Chronicle Software Development Company. For the last 4 hours we have been here, and in that 4 hours, there are global companies, and they put AI professionals, some HR professionals in a room, say about 20,000 of them, and all they are doing is learning all they've learned in the last 40 years. So what that's going to be like is everything we know in HR, companies are going to spin off and do it in 1-2 seconds. So what that means to say is that everything we know about the HR profession is just going to evolve in a very, very high rate. So for that to happen, we need to start thinking of what are we going to be doing differently. I come from an education technology background. I run an edtech company. And I tell school owners about 20 years ago that the role of teachers is going to change. It changed from being a teacher to being a facilitator. But because of the age of AI where we are, teachers are now going to be learning architects. Because everything you know as a teacher, your students already know it already. So you need to think about a different ballgame. When I was leaving the house this morning, as I moved, I saw somebody, and in the organization where she works, there are about 30,000 tech developers. I know what they're doing. The future of product design is being streamlined. So we just talked about Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and the first job to be disrupted were people like us, the developers, the programmers. But what AI is doing is massive. What the big tech company wants to do is to remove middlemen and to chunk up big profits. But what do we need to do is now, that's what we have come to discuss here. But if we just stay about what we did last year and what we think we could do 5 years from now, based on what we're going to do, trust me, in the next 3 to 6 months, it's going to be a different ballgame. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It keeps evolving, right? Thank you. The last question, please, for the session.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nikki Ade, and I co-run a facilities management company. My question is to Yemi. You said that our generation is attempting to lead people with an analog mentality in a digital world, right? If that statement is actually true, I would like to find out what specific leadership behaviors must be unlearned first, and what must be preserved, you know, in the analog world.
All right. This is probably a 2-day session between Busola Lofe and I that we run for organizations in terms of leadership transformation. But it boils down to about 5 competencies that we speak about. We say that you've got to be new leaders in the now of work, not future of work anymore, like the last guy already said. You've got to lead with empathy. You've got to lead with humility. Now, humility is not respect. Humility is you understanding that the era of the boss is always right is gone, and it's gone forever. Somebody just mentioned that students know more, if not exactly what teachers know more than their teachers. The guys we are leading, because of tech and AI, they know a lot more than we know. I mean, when we grew up in HR, you need to spend about 8 to 10 years to become a head of HR. Remember? It was there in our job descriptions. But today, head of people and culture, how many years experience?
2, 3.
5 years experience. And are they doing very well? Yes, in some instances, right? So you've got to understand the fact that your leadership is no longer about your title or your position or your grade or years of experience. It's now about competence, not experience. So that's humility. Empathy, we've defined the same thing. Trust. So when we do this, we draw a pyramid of guys at the apex, guys who should run the vision, the strategy of the organization. The guys at the middle, maybe some of us, right? But guess what we still do? We still go to the base of the pyramid to do the transactions because we don't trust people. And because we don't trust them, we burn out and we dry up quickly because we are doing the things that they should do at their level. And then let's lead with emotional intelligence. It's a key leadership competency for the now of work. So, and the last one will be connectedness. Let's bridge the gap rather than stereotyping them and calling them entitled, lazy, the rest. Indomie generation, microwave generation and all that. And they call you old school, old-fashioned, dinosaur, ancestors, and all that. And as we do all of that, you know the gap between the two walls will continue to widen. So leaders need to find ways constantly to bridge that gap through connectedness. Understand their world, and then relate with them in their world so that you can make changes and let them see the vision of the organization.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I think this brings us to the close of this panel discussion. I'm sure you would all agree with me that our panelists have all made very insightful contributions, and I think the audience has also been very engaged. The energy has been very good. So thank you again for listening, and we'll take it on further from here. Thank you. So I think we'll just take the panelists' pictures. Join us. Yeah.
Billy, if you can also join them on stage, please. That would be appreciated. Yeah. All right, so I know, because we started a bit late, so we have a short final session that wraps it all up, okay? And that's be given by Billy. So Billy will be coming up. I need the stage up, please, if you can. The stage, yeah. Oh, sorry, the podium, yes. So Billy will be wrapping it all up for us, and he will be discussing how we can rethink work, skills, and roles in the context of what has changed, how to decide, and how to execute. So Billy, the stage is yours, and I know that you want to manage the time as much as possible because we're standing between you and lunch, okay? And for all of you, we've spent a lot to make the lunch ready. You're going to enjoy it, so please don't go after Billy's presentation. And the chairman, Yemi mentioned him, he's going to say something at the end, so wait for that. You might learn something too. All right.
Billy Gager. Billy has over 8 years' experience within the training/learning and development sector, with tenure split across both instructor-led training and self-paced content segments. He is currently operating as a channel account executive within Skillsoft's channel business. His primary focus is on the enablement of the Skillsoft partner ecosystem across the African and mainland Europe regions.
Thank you all. Appreciate that. I don't have to do my introduction now because it's kindly done it for me, for our friend of AI. My first time in Lagos, Nigeria, so thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for having me. And as Paul kindly said, we're in the tricky slot before the lunch break, which I'm sure you're all hungry for. Interestingly, at dinner last night as well, we were having the conversation between Ghanaian jollof and Nigerian jollof as well, so we can settle that one later. But I'll try and streamline this all for you today because I appreciate we're up against the time constraints. We've heard some great insights from both Sally, Temi as well in terms of the challenges we're facing as organizations. What I want to do today is try and just kind of go into the practical layer of this, of what this looks like and actually how as organizations can we adapt and what do we need to do, what practical pathways can we implement and how does this look? So to reflect just back on some of the pieces that we've heard, the whole piece around this is actually there's a design problem rather than AI being the problem itself. It's not necessarily the technology, but how we are structured as organizations and how our people are ready for it and all of our processes and talent that's in play as well. So really what happens here and what we see is that AI comes in and highlights the pieces that already existed at a much faster rate. So when we have these gaps that are listed here, from skills, inspiration, visibility, etc. When AI is coming into that space, we find that actually it's shining the light much quicker and showing us where our gaps are for us to be able to then action upon. So the question really comes down to how do we operationalize this into workforce readiness and what do we do as organizations And I think this is threaded into a few pieces. The first, we need to really appreciate where we are as organizations today, but in the landscape of which we operate. So the key thing here is disruption is a constant piece across all of our landscapes now. It's the new normal. We're no longer able to be kind of stable as organizations. We have to be thinking on our feet and moving and changing and adapting. And that's really where this piece really sets the scene from the more macro lens, in that obviously across from technology, AI is the perfect example of that in terms of the disruption it's causing, workforce shifts, as we've heard today, from pieces like returning to work in the office, but also the hybrid models, the generational shifts across the organizations as well. There's multiple factors that we need to consider and manage. And then, of course, the global piece that affects everybody from economical, social, geopolitical, etc. All of these are influences that happen day to day within organizations that we need to be aware of before we can start understanding how we then take to that challenge and how we address it going forward. So the original piece, and this is the one thing that we've seen come up a lot, is that adaptability is a new competitive advantage. Before, it was all around scale and cost and the traditional pieces that would make you competitive in an organization. But what we're seeing in market more and more now is the organizations that can move quicker, can change quicker, can use data to make better decisions, are the ones that are adaptable and therefore able to move and actually have the real competitive advantage against their competition in their space. So the answer here, and this is what we see as Skillsoft, is not just a program, it's about how the organization shifts to what we define as an adaptive enterprise. So this is an organization that continuously evolves skills, so developing your current capability across all of your people and your headcount and all the programs that surround that, but whilst also aligning that to the business objectives and the strategy. So rather than just having learning aligned generally or into individual people, actually looking at how that maps to the organization. What are we trying to achieve as an organization? And therefore, what do we need to do and what strategy do we need to tie that to from a learning perspective to then see the necessary outputs and the anticipated change? So there's key 4 dimensions here that you see. So people, process, technology, and culture. The people part comes to continuous development, so continuous capability development to make sure that our skills across the organization aren't stagnating, that we're continually upskilling, reskilling, and positioning people to actually deliver in their roles and actually support us as an organization to be adaptable. The next is process, so being able to have the speed and agility of decision making, but also the confidence in that decision making, and a lot of that comes from data and insights. So having the data to support them conversations to then make a decision much quicker because you have more confidence in said decision. Technology, again, the intelligence around where your workforce sits. So in terms of what skills you currently have, what skills you're going to need immediately, and also what skills you're going to need for the future as well. Having that sight then allows you to start building a strategy and a plan to address that need. And then finally, culture. If people don't feel valued, if they don't feel they have the trust, etc., they're not going to feed back into the organization in the same way. And that comes from leadership down as well, in that we need to have this systemic change internally to support that change, because then once the leadership piece drives it down and the trust is grown, it actually allows for a more cohesive workforce to develop together. So taking it back to the 4 gaps, and obviously we've spoken about these a lot before. I know they've come up in Sally's presentation earlier, but they're really critical to how we see this piece fitting. And I'll fly through these again, conscious of time, but to close the skill gap for us, we need to look at continuous skill development. To close the inspiration gap, culture and leadership matter. Visibility gap comes down to skills intelligence. Like I said, understanding what's going on in our organizations and how that affects us. And then the agility gap to make decisions faster, have structure around that and process around that piece as well. Sitting underneath all of this as well, we're seeing shifts in the market, shifts in our industry, shifts in the L&D space, the HR space. So again, moving away from what we've traditionally defined as job roles and general career structures to actually capabilities and skills. It seems to be the new terminology. And when we're moving in a world that's moving much faster, the ability to actually then develop them skills is becoming more paramount. So moving away from the rigid structures and underneath the static organizations to actually something that we can move on the fly, that we are able to develop capability across all these different segments, whilst we're then also feeding back into that continuous learning loop. So to move away from learning as a one-time objective to deliver a tick box exercise, to actually react and adapt to what we're seeing across our business live and direct. So you've seen this stat before as well, because this was in Sally's presentation, but I wanted to lift it up because it's very, very critical to actually understand the landscape here. So this is from the World Economic Forum, suggesting 39% of skills will change by 2030. So that's only 4 years or 3.5 years away at this point. The key piece here is that the skills will change. They're not going to disappear. They're not going to be replaced by AI, but they're going to change. One big shift that we've seen internally at Skillsoft is the people skills, the soft skills, so critical thinking, personal effectiveness, communication, and their threads that have come up all through today are actually becoming more paramount than the technology skills, the AI skills, et cetera, so this also then feeds into some research we've done at Skillsoft as well. And actually what we're finding is organizations are not set up to respond to this change. A lot aren't confident in actually obtaining the skills and understanding what their current makeup across their organization looks like. Then secondly to that, they're not confident in the employee's ability to then deliver against them business objectives as well. So there's a lot of gap and space for the structures kind of be built back into this to ensure organizations are set up and how they respond. So again, very simple statements here. It's not solely a learning problem. It comes down to visibility, alignment, and execution. And what I mean by this is with visibility, do we have an understanding of what skills we have across organizations, what we need, and what we need going forward as well to make sure we're on the cutthroat of the edge? The alignment problem, so are our skills aligned to our business outcomes, our business objectives, what we're trying to achieve as organizations? And the execution problem, do we have the data and the insights to make strategic, smart decisions to move that learning forward and actually impact what we're doing as organizations as well? Sitting underneath this and through this whole piece, and it came up earlier in I think Temi's talk where she talks about the role of HR actually changing. HR obviously sits at the critical piece of policy, people, and business as well. And in this whole plethora, again, they're the real engine behind what this transformation can look like. I won't go through all the details because you're all literate and can read this for yourselves, but it really highlights the need of change. And actually, HR, leadership, L&D is the spaces that can really make this happen as well and drive this change from within. So where we see as Skillsoft the organizations need to act, reskilling and upskilling. So actually understanding the makeup of what we currently have, what we need to bridge the gaps into, what we're going to need for the future. Coaching and leadership is key because having the buy-in from higher up the chain really changes that culture. And if we want to change the culture to drive impact on business outcomes and objectives, we need to have that all the way through the organization rather than just individuals working almost in silos and having that connectedness across the organization as well, which drives us to the analytics. Again, understanding what decisions need to be made, why they need to be made, and having smart choices around that to remove the noise from what we're doing, but also making sure they're very pragmatic in approach and deliver what we need them to deliver. So again, it comes back to the point of that's the landscape, that's the macro lens landscape, that's the organizational landscape, but what do we actually need to operationalize this? So at Skillsoft, we see this as kind of a 4-stage plan. And it needs to be a model that's repeatable ultimately, that you can kind of not rinse and repeat, but it's a cycle, it's pragmatic, it's an approach that delivers what you need it to deliver. So the first step of this is assessing. So really looking across your organization to understand what skills exist and actually work to close that visibility gap. So first and foremost, without the visibility of what exists, we are unable to close it. So that needs to be the first piece. And then really on the back of that, build intelligence aligned to the organization to help. Next is the align and activate. So this is the 2 segments cut into one to clarify. And this is where it really comes to driving the change within an organization. So being able to link the skills to business strategy, as we've touched on there, to really make a difference on the day-to-day piece and actually look at the outcomes that we're expecting from a business, but also personalized learning. So one big shift we're seeing is actually the need for personalized, relevant learning is greater than ever. There's been years, decades of content that's very bland, very vanilla, delivers somewhat of a degree of a job, but actually it loses engagement over time because it's not talking to the audience in the right way, specific to them. And then again, the career mobility piece. So actually looking at the organization and saying, what vertical moves do we have for this person? If we're looking at a personal development plan, how can we move them through this organization? How can we upskill them to be their next X role within our organization and grow our talent from within? And then the final stage is make amplification, which is making it sustainable. So this comes down to measuring the change, so we understand what has changed within the organization, what skills have developed, what impact we've seen on the business outcomes, tweaking that to make sure it's still aligned to the current business objectives and the outcomes, but whilst really defining how that then kind of optimizes the output time and time again, so then we can scale this across the organization and continue to deliver on them promises. So on the final piece to kind of bring this towards a bit of a close now, the next generation organization, what we see this looks like are these three pieces. We spoke very much to the AI-driven personalization, and if you were here when the videos were rolling this morning on that, solutions like Casey, but also content solutions as well that support that. The second to this is skills-based organizations. I touched on that earlier in that we're moving solely away from job specifics and roles and job specifications to skill development and what skills matter in our world of today and tomorrow. And then finally, the human-machine collaboration. So rather than having the fear of AI and everyone thinking that AI is going to replace jobs and people, et cetera, it's about how we get to that point where AI augments human capability and supports that efficiency and then it delivers that back into the organization as well. So again, the question comes down to whether the organization is ready to adopt it. And this really comes back down to when we're looking at the technology pieces, what we're putting that technology into. So when we're looking at introducing AI, where are we putting that? What is the environment? Is it ready for it? And as an organization, we have to be critical and look at ourselves and say, are we ready for it? Are our people ready for it? And actually, we then have a sight of how impactful it will be by understanding how ready we are. And if not, how do we make ourselves ready? How do we develop ourselves to become that ready organization to adopt? So a couple of questions to take back and maybe just to think about for yourselves as well. Because the big thing first and foremost is all of the organizations we talk to have really limited insight of what their organizations are currently capable of. So what skills do we currently have and that we can harness? And the good part about it is that doing this activity and that exercise will help you understand, one, where your strengths are, but also highlight and shine a light on where you could be fragile and somewhat vulnerable in skills gaps that you may have in your organization currently. Again, aligning that to future skills. So rather than just thinking about today, thinking about in the 2-year, 3-year, 5-year time plan, what will that look like? And obviously there's no golden globe that anyone can pull out and know for sure. But ultimately, it's again just trying to think strategically about what that could look like for organizations specifically to understand what skills we need to look at developing now and build that roadmap and plan into place as well. And then finally, the big piece about this is adaptability. Can your organization actually adapt at speed? Or to Sally's point earlier that we talked about, are there too many processes bogging down the feed of everything going through? And actually the ability to adapt at speed then enables you to much greater leverage all your assets and resources across the organization. And then finally, so just before you can get to lunch, the organizations that win won't be the ones with the best tools. They will literally be the ones that can adapt the fastest, move the fastest, have the data, the insight for the best decision making, and then take that back to the business as well. I'll close there and I'll pass back to Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Billy. You really sped through that, but I mean, you made incredible points. Yes, and I'm sure I was looking at the start again when we asked the question about what statement best describes your organization, just as you wrapped up with that. And I think the overwhelming answer was they should exploring possibilities. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done by organizations, and I think, we've started, but we need to now dig in to ensure that we make it work. All right, so just before we wrap up, I would like to invite our chairman, Mr. Felusha Phillips, that Yemi alluded to earlier, so that he can, give us a few thoughts and wrap up the day for us. Thank you, Poppy.
Permit me, you can all see me. Permit me to stand here. Yeah. Let me first of all say that, at sessions like this, you come in here thinking that you're the master of knowledge, and a bit cocky sometimes. But this morning has dealt with me again, and the man that inferred that I was old, Yemi, okay, forgive you. The first question I want to ask is, if we were to do a sort of a poll and try and find out who's in the room today would we say we have all HR people, significantly HR people in the room? Or do we just have managers and people that have to look after people in the course of the work that they do, whether you're an accountant, an engineer, oil and gas expert, or whatever, and you're not necessarily in HR? But I think that you find a lot of people in this room are HR people, and that's where the problem starts. Because you now have got to go back and convince those guys out there that the world has changed, and the people they're managing and the people they have to look after have to change, and haven't got a clue what you're talking about. And then if things don't go right, then they say, it's all you HR people again that haven't got things right. So again, the problem or the issue is not an HR problem at all. It's about management, about people who are managing people, because at the end of the day, it's always about people. So that's the first thing I just want to share, that look, you've got to spread this responsibility and make life a lot easier for yourselves by saying that, look, you need a larger cohort of people to work with you on this. I'll share Philips Consulting's experience. One of the things one of the challenges we faced growing up as a firm was that we had to sort of deal with the big boys. You know, there was tiny Philips Consulting there. In those days, it was Anderson Consulting, for those who know. Then you got your KPMG, your EY, and all the big boys. McKinsey turned up, Bain turned up, you know, and BSG, or BCG rather, they all turned up. And then you sort of find us there struggling and saying, okay, what is it that we're going to do? But one of the guys at McKinsey once told me, he said, the thing about you guys at Philips that you don't appreciate is the fact that whilst we can come up with all the strategy, which they'll take us to the cleaners as far as strategy is concerned, we walk away after strategy is being designed. And then it's you guys, it's your turn to come in and try and get people to implement the strategy, because it's all about people aligning to strategy, understanding what it is, and all those little things about not getting on top of the game. It's all about people. And we don't deal with stuff like that. That is the big boys. We just deal with big strategy and all those high-flying things. And we suffered a bit and just realized that we got to a stage where we say that we don't design strategy, but we will help you to implement strategy. We will align your people to strategy. And that's why we got this reputation about change management and dealing with things. In the old days when we started, and even the guys in the office, they laugh at me when I talk about total quality management. Old school. You know, it hasn't changed, but the terminology has changed, but it's still the same thing. So it's all about execution. And that's what I tell the guys. Today, AI can design the most sophisticated strategy you can imagine. It can do it. Throw the numbers in and do all the analysis and all that stuff. But when all that is done, when you get to that last mile, who's going to make it happen? People. And that's where we come in. So I'm saying that, well, you know, our existence has been justified because now we've got to a stage where we say that, look, it's about people. It's about the ability to understand people, change management, their behavior, their training, their development, alignment, culture, and all those seemingly soft things that people put in the background have now come to the limelight. Because all the things that need to be done before then, AI is taking charge of. You know, and it gets to a point where you say, AI, go and make my cup of tea, if you think you're so smart. But what I'm just trying to say is that it's all about execution and about people and why we need to pay attention, and this is where we come to the fore. And again, organizations are coming out with putting AI experts on the board, and they still won't put an HR manager on the board, you know, and they still continue to miss the point, okay, that if you say people are the most important element in your organization, and yet when you look at the board, you don't find somebody that is sitting there as a director of HR, of people, you know, to try and guide and prove the point that these things are actually very important to you. So for me, I've told our guys that, look, if you're going to survive in PCL, yes, you've got to understand and use AI. You know, and they say, okay, here he goes again. The old man is at it again. So, well, I might not understand it, but we need to understand what it's about in order for us to be relevant in teaching people, assisting organizations to deal with the challenges of AI and what the implications are. And that's where we all are right now, the ability to execute and make things happen. And I say that if we fast forward not even 5 years from now, 18 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, what kind of a world are we going to have? Because things are moving so quickly that you just can't believe it. I came in slightly late because I had a meeting this morning, my other hat that I wear, and the conversation around the central bank and financing systems and Bitcoin and all those things, and you find AI creeping in. But again, it's frightening everybody, not so much in terms of what it's doing, but how do we react to it? How do we deal with it? And when you find even the CBN governor himself listening intently to our partners and saying that, look, this thing is something that is, when we say frightening in the sense that, okay, how do we find the solution? And his comfort is that he's not alone because he's all over the world. When they say a paradigm shift, okay, when they say you shift in paradigm, when the paradigm shifts, everybody goes back to zero. Your past knowledge or your past success means nothing because the rules have changed. And so that's why sometimes you see that even from an African context, maybe it's a chance for us because they said, go back to the starting line, everybody, and let's all move. And the people that are even contributing to this power of AI and others that is doing today, a lot of them are coming from our region. A lot of our young people are doing wonderful things in making this contribution to this change that's going on. So it's part of what we have to do. I'm going to be talking all over the place, so be patient with me. Coming back to the office, you haven't raised that point. The guys know. At PCL, unfortunately, we take pride in saying that we're 100% virtual, literally. And I moaned and groaned about that. I said, look, for me, I would rather be in the office, not that I spent any time in the office before then, but I like to be in the office and get people to feel. Because one of the powerful things about culture, about what makes you different, is just that daily interaction, okay? So people have said to me that, please, I'd like someone to come in and do, spend some time in your firm, what do you call it, this kind of attachment, exactly. And I said that, well, there is no office. The person on the first day will switch on the screen and will see some faces in a box. At the end of the day, you want to try and market clients and you don't know how to behave. And you come into the office, you've got to dress properly because you're a professional. You need people to believe in you. Not that I can come and wear my jeans and say, yeah, it's a new world. So we've got to teach you that. And the daily interaction, and I miss those little, we had cubicles in the firm where, you're walking around every day, and unfortunately for me, when they see me coming, they dodge. And the reason why they dodge is that if FOP should catch you, for the next 1 hour, he's going to be lecturing you on something. But those are the takeaways that they have, and other people, all the part of the leadership in the organization, those are the things that they share with people, and we're missing all that. We're missing that acculturization that goes on. That, learning by osmosis. Nobody's saying anything, but I share, I remember these things. You got to forgive me, an old man goes ranting on and on. I share these things about one of the consultants that left us in the days of projectors. When you put a projector and you project on the screen, not this digital stuff now. And later on, I met, so how are you doing? He said, fine. And he said, I must tell you some of the things I learned. He said the little things that the guys were going to have a presentation in the office, in the bank they was working at. And he said it was just so organized. The wires were all over the place. The projector screen was not put right, and this and that. And he said the little things that used to be so important, in terms of being professional, okay, I learned them and I sort of realized that there's a proper way to do things. And these things, they all matter. Because as you grow up, you talk about standards, you talk about processes, you talk about doing things properly. I moan and groan at the guys at the office, I play tricks, and I move and I tilt a painting. And I say, guys, what have you noticed? Say that painting is not sitting straight, it's not aligned. It's not so much I'm talking about the painting, it's about you paying attention to detail. These little things that we miss. And they begin to sort of expand and get worse, and it translates into our behavior, translates into our character, our style, how we pay attention to stuff like that. So getting back to the office is so very important, especially for the young ones. It's almost like saying that the young ones come into the office, after a while you can qualify and stay at home, after we know we sort of panel beating you very well, okay? And John, thanks for the case study. I think it's a wonderful one. And obviously, we've got to accept that our jollof rice is better than yours, But on a serious note, that was a very, very useful case study to sort of show people that there is a process to these things, and these things do work, especially not just the tools, but the way and manner in which you go through it, okay? And again, when you want to influence culture, when you want to change an organization's culture, let's try and find a way whereby everybody's learning. We're singing from the same hymn sheet, okay? You go into an organization and say, I would like my organization to be very, very digitally driven. So how do we do that? So let's all learn the same thing at the same time. Make sure that everybody's aligned and you're ticking the boxes. Because all of a sudden, if you're all learning the same thing, we should be behaving the same way in a way, okay? And then something about being smart, because somebody said that, okay, young people, they're trying to be smart. I'll share a little story with you. It has to do with my grandson. I sat in my study one day, and I just thought I'd just give him a bit of a hard time. So I wrote out some numbers, and I said, hey, come and add them up for me. And he looked at it and said, Grandpa, there's a calculator. I said, yes, I know there's a calculator, but just add them up for me. He said, why? I just want you to understand how you add numbers. And he sort of looked. He said, but what you need is the answer. So why do I have to go and start, I said, I forced him to do it anyway. And he took a little bit of time. I said, you see all the challenges you went through? He said, I wouldn't go through that challenge because the calculator is there. So why make me go through that pain? And so I'm saying to myself that sometimes what maybe the world that we're going into, when we talk about AI, talk about critical thinking and all those things, maybe we're going to a world in which we just need the answers. Because anything else, it might change. And that brings me to, we cannot understand or appreciate what the future world is going to be like. We assume that it's going to be the world that we know. And I'm saying that who says we have to work? Just shift that paradigm. If AI is doing more and more and more and more, and you say people are going to be jobless, who says we all have to work? There might be a situation whereby you don't have to work. Think of the world of communism, the communist world, whereby whatever you do is for the state. So we can stay at home, okay? Maybe there might be some new rules about having babies and so on and stuff like that. But the key thing is that, do I really have to work? If you say all the jobs have gone, then the state is probably more productive. And what are the key things that I need? I need to have shelter. I need to have food, good health, raise a family, and hopefully find some purpose in my life. But the key thing is, do we all really have to work if we can still survive? If you can still find food to eat and live somewhere, because the system is so efficient that we've got AI and even robots to a certain extent doing stuff. And then rather than panic about us living a world that's going to be challenged, we might be living in a very, very comfortable world in which we don't have to do anything because we've got these servants that now do stuff for us. But this is just a kind of, I sat down there and thought about it, that it's a paradigm shift. But if all the economics and the social and all the kind of stuff that we talk about, if they all begin to change and be supported by a world driven by AI, it might be a different world to the one we perceive. Just like if you look at the world we live in compared to what it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago. Bring somebody 100 years ago into this world now, and you say, what the hell is going on? They say, oh, you people, you're all lazy now. In our own days, we used to till the ground and all that kind of stuff, okay? So I'm just saying that let's be ready for this change in paradigm. To close off, the workforce is not ready for AI. We're not. And it's a fast-changing world. I too don't understand what's going on. And it's even a dangerous environment because we talk about ours at this HR level, but don't appreciate. I think, what's the guys that do Claude? What's their name? Anthropic, yeah. They had an issue with the US government. And I don't know whether the US government has fired them or not. But the guy said that the reason why we had this problem was that we got to a stage where we had robots that were soldiers. And we could instruct them to go, and I want you to try and find out anybody that is less than 30 years old, wearing brown eyes and whatever it is, I'm going to kill that person. And because it's all robotic and the AI to go around the room in seconds and just pump, 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 and kill the person that wants to kill. But they said that they found out that sometimes these robots were misbehaving. They were actually not agreeing, actually working against instructions. And they were telling the US government that we can't begin to apply this because the US government was actually putting pressure on them that yes, we can't start using these robots to be our soldiers. And he said, at that point, we begin to worry about the implications of saying that you release such a lethal weapon. And then he said, who is going to press the button to give the instruction? And he was trying to say that, do we give the button to a Trump to push the button and say, okay, you guys go shoot everybody that looks like he's from Iran, you know? So I'm just saying that we don't know all that's happening. A lot of these things are very, very complex, and we're all finding out, everybody. Some are ahead of others, okay? But we are all finding out and we're learning. We're all behind, and we can't afford to be behind because, like I said, we've all been pushed back to the starting point. And we're ashamed that when they fire the gun now, we still find out that we're the ones trailing behind. So since we've all been pushed to the starting point, let's all move together. And that's why we've got a great chance to be up to date. Everybody's learning globally. So let's not be left out in that process. I don't know much about AI that I can begin to give you advice. But what's important is that don't be left behind. Don't assume that, this will pass, or don't assume, I'll take a shortcut. Try and understand. Be at the cutting edge, because, you know, that is where most of the world is right now. 90% of the people around the world are not ready. So we're part of that. So there's only 10% ahead of the game. So don't let us be 10% that's behind. Okay? Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate this. And I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, our chairman. We popularly call him FOP. Okay, we appreciate that fine and concluding remarks, and want to thank every one of you again. It's been amazing. You know, when the day started, I called on my colleague. I said, "What is happening?" In fact, somebody, I think one of the panelists, asked, "Paul, which is have been deployed, you know, this rain this morning because it was pouring." I got here about 6:50 thereabout. I couldn't come out of the car. We went round and round looking for umbrellas, you know, just to make it into the room. But see where we are today. I mean, at this moment. Thank you for braving it, not seeing the rain as a challenge. So let's not see AI as the challenge. AI, we're going to brace it. Okay? We have the human intelligence that will enable us to make it happen. So let's go with that, and I'm sure we will conquer. All right, so just before we leave, we're going to try to take a picture of everyone. So you can stand. The cameras are going to be standing, the cameramen are going to be standing on the top here. Just stand and, you know, we'll try and get a picture of every one of us. Do we need to close up? Just sit? The stand, okay. So if we can please stand, and then maybe we can have some music at the background. And please, lunch is served after this, and enjoy lunch, grab lunch, come in here, and have some networking conversations. Thank you. We're done? All right. Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch.
In the heart of a bustling business world, here lies a place of possibilities. For many, the path to professional success is paved with the weight of expectation, the pressure to perform, and the constant pursuit of excellence. It's our job to help you make that happen.
I mean, it's the conversation we're having now.
For more than 30 years, PCL has been a trailblazer, shaping the future with innovation and transformative vision.
Our expert trainers guide individuals and businesses through a transformative process, equipping them with the right skills and mindset to navigate the complexities of the business environment.
With the guidance of PCL, you'll learn to embrace challenges as opportunities for growth and believe in your limitless potential.
With FOPM. Yes.
All right, see you later. PCL shows you how to navigate the corporate world with the confidence and leadership only few can attain.
If you too seek to unlock hidden potential and achieve success, if you want to transform your approach to work and life, you found the right place.
My name is Dele.
My name is Dolapo.
My name is Jason.
My name is Modupe.
My name is Olawale.
My name is Ebere.
My name is Linda.
My name is Ada.
My name is Paul.
And this is PCL.
Welcome to a demo on Skillsoft's AI Simulator. This is the new way to practice and improve workplace communication skills by engaging in realistic role-playing scenarios with an AI-powered coach.
One moment, please.
Whether you're preparing for an interview, a difficult conversation with a colleague, or a negotiation with a client, our tool can help you build confidence and improve your ability to handle various workplace scenarios. With a variety of scenarios to choose from, our tool offers a safe and low-stress environment to practice your skills and to receive immediate feedback on your performance. You can either practice in your role in a given scenario or allow the AI simulator to role model the scenario in order to understand the best way to deal with various situations. You can also select different behavior profiles to practice the scenario in various ways. We have selected the scenario to coach an absent employee, selected practice mode, and set the behavior of the employee to accepting. Now, our AI coach will introduce the scenario.
In this scenario, you will be playing the manager. You have noticed that one of your employees named Bob has been coming in late and leaving early. Other employees have contacted you to indicate they have been unable to reach Bob, who has not been responding timely to email and IMs. They indicated Bob's unavailability and non-responsiveness is impacting their ability to complete their tasks on time. At this time, you and Bob are already in a video conference. It's time for you to discuss Bob's behavior and your expectations. You are the manager. Please start the dialogue.
We can start the scenario with our opening remarks. Hello, Bob. I have noticed a pattern of early departures and late arrivals recently. Can you explain what's been going on?
I appreciate your concern and I apologize for my recent behavior. I've been dealing with some personal issues that have affected my punctuality and availability. I understand how this might have impacted my colleagues and the workflow, and I'm committed to rectifying the situation.
I appreciate your honesty and understand that personal issues can sometimes interfere with work. Would it help if we explored flexible working options?
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you for offering this solution. I'm sure it would help me manage my personal situation without affecting my work responsibilities.
That is great to hear. I will send you more information on our flexible working options by email. Thank you for your time.
Rating, outstanding. Positive feedback. The manager's approach was professional and empathetic, starting the conversation with a clear observation and asking for an explanation rather than making accusations. The manager demonstrated effective problem-solving skills by suggesting a flexible working arrangement that could help the employee manage their personal issues without affecting their work responsibilities. Points for improvement. The manager could have probed a bit further to understand if there are other ways the company could support the employee during this challenging time. While the manager's communication was clear and respectful, they could use more positive reinforcement to motivate the employee, such as acknowledging their commitment to rectify the situation.
Let's now try our same opening remarks when we set the behavior of the employee to defensive. As we can see, the employee responds defensively. Finally, we can look at role model mode to see how our AI simulator would start this conversation. You now have seen Skillsoft's AI simulator in action. Thank you.
It's no secret AI is at the forefront of leaders' minds, and the desire to incorporate it across every team in their organization is apparent. In an instant, teams are inundated with requests for new products, features, and tools to help revolutionize the way they work. This means the need for leaders to assess and manage a broad spectrum of projects has never been more crucial. With an increasing number of projects comes an increased need for effective delegation. But delegation doesn't come easily to everyone. For some, admitting you need support can be an extremely difficult dialogue to initiate. Leaders who can distribute tasks efficiently, leverage team expertise, and ensure timely delivery of high-quality outcomes will stand out from the rest. Skillsoft's Conversation AI Simulator, or CASE, is the perfect tool to assist tech leaders in developing critical power skills like delegation. They can build their emotional intelligence, communication, and leadership competencies to help prepare for the challenges of tomorrow. With Skillsoft CASE, tech leaders can master asking open-ended questions, temper stakeholder expectations, and negotiate for resources. All CASE conversations happen within a safe, protected virtual environment, which allows for mistakes and second tries. Let's practice together. You will be playing the role of tech manager. You're struggling to maintain the demands of 2 complex projects due to a lack of specialized expertise within your teams. You've scheduled a meeting with your manager, Alice, to discuss these challenges and to present your case for additional resources. You'll begin the conversation and go back and forth with Alice until you've reached a resolution. You can then end the scenario and within seconds Casey offers personalized feedback on what went well and opportunities to improve your next interaction. With a tool like Casey at your fingertips, these once daunting conversations now seem achievable. Learn from experience as you practice different scenarios and behaviors to prepare for the conversations you haven't yet had in the workplace. After all, power skills will remain vital as AI impacts every aspect of business. Practice really does make perfect with Skillsoft Casey. Try Casey today. Want a customized version of Casey for your organization? Meet with one of our experts and learn more about Casey for you. Being a leader means engaging in challenging conversations on a regular basis. Whether addressing an underperforming team member or navigating a salary negotiation, these conversations are essential aspects of any leadership position. With digital communication tools becoming the norm for all managers, conversational formality has slowly started to slip away. But that doesn't devalue its importance. While clear and concise communication may come naturally to some, others find navigating these discussions to be a significant hurdle amidst day-to-day tasks. With Skillsoft's Conversation AI Simulator, otherwise known as Casey, employees across the organization buff up on the most important power skills, like handling difficult conversations with grace or strategic thinking. Skillsoft Casey enables anyone to simulate business conversations, letting them hone their power skills for the crucial conversations they will encounter in their leadership roles. And the best part is that Casey provides real-time feedback on how they're doing. Let's give it a try. You're in the role of a manager. Quincy, a long-term employee, has been accused by a junior team member of taking credit for their work. You'll start the conversation with Quincy by expressing the concerns raised by the junior employee. Then you'll ask Quincy to present their side of the story. From there, Quincy will generate custom responses to move the conversations forward. Your goal is to ensure a respectful and open dialogue while coming to a resolution that acknowledges the contributions of all team members. Once you have appropriately resolved the conflict, or if you feel stuck, you can end the scenario. Casey, your AI coach, will provide instant personalized feedback and outline specific ways to improve your response methodology. Communication is a critical skill for every manager and leader, from the front line to the C-suite. Let Casey help you become a more effective and empathetic leader by having difficult conversations with confidence and finesse. No matter the scenario, whether it's addressing conflicts, delivering tough feedback, or negotiating with stakeholders, Casey can help you master the art of communication. Practice really does make perfect with Skillsoft Casey. Try Casey today. Want a customized version of Casey for your organization? Meet with one of our experts and learn more about Casey for you.
In the heart of a bustling business world, here lies a place of possibilities. For many, the path to professional success is paved with the weight of expectation, the pressure to perform, and the constant pursuit of excellence. It's our job to help you make that happen.
For more than 30 years, PCL has been a trailblazer, shaping the future with innovation and transformative vision.
Our expert trainers guide individuals and businesses through a transformative process, equipping them with the right skills and mindset to navigate the complexities of the business environment.
With the guidance of PCL, you'll learn to embrace challenges as opportunities for growth and believe in your limitless potentials.
All right, see you later.
PCL shows you how to navigate the corporate world with the confidence and leadership only few can attain.
If you too seek to unlock hidden potential and achieve success, if you want to transform your approach to work and life, you found the right place.
My name is Dele.
My name is Dolapo.
My name is Jason.
My name is Modupe.
My name is Olawanle.
My name is Ebere.
My name is Binga.
My name is Ada.
My name is Paul.
And this is PCL.
Welcome to a demo on Skillsoft's AI Simulator. This is the new way to practice and improve workplace communication skills by engaging in realistic role-playing scenarios with an AI-powered coach. Whether you're preparing for an interview, a difficult conversation with a colleague, or a negotiation with a client, our tool can help you build confidence and improve your ability to handle various workplace scenarios. With a variety of scenarios to choose from, our tool offers a safe and low-stress environment to practice your skills and to receive immediate feedback on your performance. You can either practice in your role in a given scenario or allow the AI simulator to role model the scenario in order to understand the best way to deal with various situations. You can also select different behavior profiles to practice the scenario in various ways. We have selected the scenario to coach an absent employee, selected practice mode, and set the behavior of the employee to accepting. Now, our AI coach will introduce the scenario.
In this scenario, you will be playing the manager. You have noticed that one of your employees named Bob has been coming in late and leaving early. Other employees have contacted you to indicate they have been unable to reach Bob, who has not been responding timely to email and IMs. They indicated Bob's unavailability and non-responsiveness is impacting their ability to complete their tasks on time. At this time, you and Bob are already in a video conference. It's time for you to discuss Bob's behavior and your expectations. You are the manager, please start the dialogue.
We can start the scenario with our opening remarks. Hello, Bob. I have noticed a pattern of early departures and late arrivals recently. Can you explain what's been going on?
I appreciate your concern and I apologize for my recent behavior. I've been dealing with some personal issues that have affected my punctuality and availability. I understand how this might have impacted my colleagues and the workflow, and I'm committed to rectifying the situation.
I appreciate your honesty and understand that personal issues can sometimes interfere with work. Would it help if we explored flexible working options?
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you for offering this solution. I'm sure it would help me manage my personal situation without affecting my work responsibilities.
That is great to hear. I will send you more information on our flexible working options by email. Thank you for your time.
Rating, outstanding. Positive feedback. The manager's approach was professional and empathetic, starting the conversation with a clear observation and asking for an explanation rather than making accusations. The manager demonstrated effective problem-solving skills by suggesting a flexible working arrangement that could help the employee manage their personal issues without affecting their work responsibilities. Points for improvement. The manager could have probed a bit further to understand if there are other ways the company could support the employee during this challenging time. While the manager's communication was clear and respectful, they could use more positive reinforcement to motivate the employee, such as acknowledging their commitment to rectify the situation.
Let's now try our same opening remarks when we set the behavior of the employee to defensive. As we can see, the employee responds defensively. Finally, we can look at role model mode to see how our AI simulator would start this conversation. You now have seen Skillsoft's AI simulator in action. Thank you.